morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, family? Life got to life in today. Bit of a mission, but we made it. Side quest complete. What's going on, Robo? Oh shit, the day is the fun over on Peppin? What's going on, Brian? I'll wait till some more people get in here real quick. I don't have to do a lot of repeating myself. Welcome back, welcome back. Another Manic Monday. My bad, the store I was in was playing old, like, 80s power ballads and shit at full blast. Welcome back, welcome back. Come on in, grab a seat, grab an ashtray, grab a coaster. These savages left rings on all of my tables yesterday. They've just been unloading on us, Serbo. Pause. Monday to Friday, 10 o'clock. Well, I guess more accurately should be they've been shorting, right? Buying the dips, selling off at 10 a.m. Well, opening shorts, then selling off, and then buying back. 10 a.m. dump on Sunday. 10 a.m. dump on the weekday has been counteracted by these reversals going into Asian session. Just like they're taking turns as far back as we can go, guys. This isn't nothing. We've been dealing with this for quite a bit, which is why we were saying that. Remember yesterday I said there was two goals. One goal was to close above the 2-week 50, which we did, and we celebrated, which was great. Second goal was retesting that daily bear flag. And then I said, be careful for the 10 a.m. dump. I also said, remember that a leg down is necessary for a continued leg up. Right? We have to build structure here, guys. I don't know if, put it this way, I would be a lot more bearish if I woke up to this today. Woke up to this today, we would be having a completely different conversation right now. So let's keep this in perspective. Low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Now, we talked about this till we were blue in the face yesterday, so let's let everybody else panic, right? Let's get to work. Now this should have brought this should have brought the alts down to, let's see. We should have hit target 2 on most of these. Yeah, all right. Target 2 on Sol is hit. This M pattern is invalidated from this move up. So we can get rid of this structure. Target 3 is no longer valid, although we do have a new target 3 we've got to figure out in a second here. Hold on. I mean, as of right now, there really isn't any structure there. What we got is weakness, and we do have this we were talking about yesterday. And once you come down through there, you really don't have another high volume node until you get to target 3. So even though that measured move is invalidated, that vector is still there. And if we turn on our liquidations, let's see how much of them they took out yesterday. Where are my licks? Give me a second, I'll check that. Target 2 isn't hit on Sui yet. Did not invalidate that M pattern. Right. Difference between that and Sol. Still have a very large vector to contend with. Link. So these are the two gaps that we have to worry about for Link. So far it's holding. If it comes down, it'll come test these lows. This high volume node right here. If it holds and pushes, it'll go back up to 1255 really quickly. Litecoin. Right, back to its range. Big double top on Litecoin. Coming down through its gap here. And we'll test to see if this high volume node is strong enough to hold. Link. Same sort of deal on Link. Holding at the high volume node from its first gap, hovering above its second gap. Its second gap brings it back to support. Double top on Jasmine. Fell slightly short of its measured move. Basically double topped off of support. But that still looks good in my opinion. And then ETH, we need to look at. Ethereum really needs to hold here. Same deal as everything else. Gap, If it holds bottom of the range, if that breaks, you start to open up some ugliness for ETH. But this looks like it's going to hold, in my opinion. ETH BTC, I'll show you in a second why I'm saying that. And it's weird for me to say this, I know. But we are setting up, in my opinion, for this next push for Bitcoin to be outperformed by the alts. I'll show you why I think that. What are you talking about, bro? I already gave you my money. So ETH BTC, right? This thing, in my opinion, is ready to pump. Right? We had our bull flag, popped out, retested. This is where the magic happens, right? This is where we need to take out these highs and extend. We start pulling out, testing these this 800 EMA. You're gonna see outperformance from alts. Only the alts that are outperforming Ethereum. Be aware, right? If this pops out and we do get strength on ETH BTC, you need to test your alts against ETH, not Bitcoin, right? Which means you need to start checking your ETH pairs to look for relative strength. But before all that, our buddy Bitcoin needs to find some legs. Turn this off. Yeah, ERC20 should do good, but again, make sure that they're strong against ETH. Right? Make sure that the bullish setup that you have on your USD is also on the ETH pair. Right? So just as an example, I mean anything, SUI. Oh, let's go to 4 hours or something. Right, so SUI USDT has a triple bottom. Right? You're like, okay, if this holds, could be strong, da 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 da. But how does it look against Ethereum? Not great. Right, so does SUI's setup matter right now? What are you asking me for money for? So yeah, I mean, could that triple bottom on SUI hold? Yeah. Is it gonna matter until SUI starts outperforming Ethereum? No, it's not. You draw your downtrend here. Very simply put, until SUI ETH is breaking this downtrend, ETH is a better hold than SUI. You can replace this with anything. All right, let's say link ETH. Okay. All right. Looks pretty different. Low, higher low, starting to hold. So do you see the difference between SUI and Link? Both the triple bottoms, right? One's strong against ETH, one's weak against ETH. And ETH looks like it's about to start outperforming Bitcoin. So those are the calculations that you have to make. Right? If you look bullish on your USD pair, bullish on your BTC pair, bullish on your ETH pair, then you know to go. If you're bullish on your USD pair and bearish against your ETH and your Bitcoin pair, then that's something you need to watch. Right? Setup's not there yet. You're bullish against all three, then you know to go. Let's check Beam. Beam USDT on the daily. Right? Do we see any bottoming formation here? Smaller time frames, different story, right? Obviously, you can zoom in, but does this look strong or weak? And you put in a low, you put in a higher low, you're threatening that higher low. Right? So it doesn't necessarily look strong on its USD pair. Now let's check against Bitcoin. Ah, looks good, right? Strong against Bitcoin. Let's check ETH. Strong against ETH. So what does that mean? That means that you've got relative strength against ETH and Bitcoin, but your USDT chart is not ready yet. Now, is it worth watching this for an entry since it is strong against Bitcoin and Ethereum? Yes. Does it mean jump right in? Not unless you're trading with Bitcoin and Ethereum. Right? If I had Bitcoin and I wanted to switch my Bitcoin into an alt, right? What I would check is the Bitcoin pair. So if I come to the Bitcoin pair and I'm holding a bunch of Bitcoin, hey, what happened? And this this is about any sort of asset, right? We're just using Beam because we're looking at it. If I would have sold my Bitcoin into this pump, into Beam, right, I would have more Bitcoin right now. Even though Beam price is going down, I would have more Bitcoin if I sold my Beam back into Bitcoin. I'd have more Bitcoin than I did when I got into the trade. Right? So if you're switching from an asset to an asset, then this would matter. If you're switching from USD or from USDT to Beam, then you take those into consideration, but you have to wait for the USDT pair to set up. Which technically it isn't yet. You get what I mean? Nah, somebody just asked about it. I was just using it as an example.
Any new setups?
You tell me. You've been up longer than me. What we got?
Yeah, he just woke up.
Oh, good morning.
Looking at this knife.
Peppin? Yeah, I look at Peppin. Somebody was saying that that was getting beat up earlier.
Oh, did it finally stop? Man.
Oh, it's not that bad. We're acting like it really got flushed today or something. Look how long it's been since you've retested your 50 EMA on the daily. Chances are that's where you're going. We've only had, what, 2 retests since the break. Yeah, that 50 EMA is probably where we're going. This is not my Peppin chart, though. Where's my Peppin chart? Yeah, 50 EMA. 50 EMA for starters. Yeah, that's not that bad. You guys were bugging out. I thought it was, I thought it had given it all back or something. But yeah, I see that drop you're talking about on the 5-minute. Big volume came in. Haven't seen a volume candle like that in quite a bit on Peppin. I mean, shit. Yeah, okay. Back here was the last one. Looks like looks like somebody panicked. Bottom of the downtrend. Took a bunch of profit. I hope everybody's been making every effort possible this week to move themselves from that naughty list to that nice list. Running out of time. H talking about angel emoji. You know Santa watches the stream, right? Anybody get out of position before we hit 10 a.m.? Were you guys up? Nice, Kelly. With those gains. Gains. Closed 3 trades at 9:59. Nice. Yeah, right. So Zek managed to bring itself back inside that bearish channel, right? As long as it doesn't invalidate this W, you're fine. Getting a little bit of resistance here at our tops. Trying to hold the 50 here. Yo, Azerty, you've been looking for my attention all morning. Do you want it? Like, do you really want it? Or are you going to chill out? Gotta keep your emotions in check, bro. Not a good mix. Trade's gonna play out how it plays out, bro. Don't worry about it. If you're right, you're right. Hey, K, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I'm good, man. Better than I deserve. No complaints. Mendy, what's going on? Appreciate you. You guys ever seen these Krampus celebrations in Germany? That shit looks cool as hell. With all the like Krampus monsters with the big horns and shit. Is it Austria? I thought it was Germany. That shit is so cool. I saw a video the other day. They were on a ski slope, and there's like 30 of these monsters, and there's this little girl in a ski suit in the middle dancing, and they're all dancing with her and shit. And I guess apparently the thing is that the Krampus monsters are supposed to like eat the bad kids or like kill the bad kids, but they like protect the good kids. And that little girl was having the time of her life, bro. Talk about a core memory. She was getting it with a gang of monsters. Talk about scaring the shit out of your kids to act right, though. Yeah, I saw Snitch 9 was at the fight. How was it, though? It was good? I mean, we know how the fight was, but How was going to the fight? There was probably only like 8 boxing fans in that entire building, though, right? Everybody else was just there because it was the place to be in the city that night. This shit must have been like an influencer hellhole. Freaking Jack Doherty. Light? Let's see, I haven't looked at light today. Yeah, I took that vector and then came back into the range. We had our 2 paths drawn out. Where was it? 15 minutes or something? So we had our red path, green path here. I mean, didn't end up as bad as I thought at least, but yeah, definitely red path. And then what's night doing? Holding up. Not bad. Nice, that's what's up. What'd you do after the fight, Parabolic? You go into the city or y'all called it a night after that? I know there's some big after parties after. Jake Paul had an event at one of the clubs after, right? Which I guess was supposed to be like his victory party or whatever, right? He was supposed to show up, and obviously that didn't happen, right? So a lot of people were pissed. Well, how you gonna get pissed? You just saw this man get his face ripped off in the last second of the fight, and you thought he was gonna pop into the party and have a drink with you. Uni BAKE. I got you. Hold on. Oh, that's pretty. That is some attractive price action. The market cap on this? I mean, I could check, but if anybody knows.
60 million.
Okay. Should be kind of sensitive to liquidity. Looking for volume increase here. Yeah, see? 878% up on volume, which probably isn't hard because it probably came from like absolutely no volume at all. Well, it's being traded. People still here. It's very similar to what's been happening. Right, you pop up, volume drops, pops again, volume drops. I'd be interested to see how much of this vector we take back. Excuse me. And for a continuation, I would really like to see this thing come back to. It's probably at its 50 right now in the 15-minute. Yep. So holding this is going to be the difference between coming down to grab the rest of this vector or not. If you can pull above that 50, then you can open up the continuation. But if not, you're probably going to come back for some of this. Let me get the 50% of that vector. Oh, we're already at 50% of the vector. Interesting. Interesting. Well, it's going to come down to that. I mean, we can go one time frame higher and go to the 30 where it's still holding. Right? If it can hold the 30, the 50-minute on the 30, then you're good. Or the 50 EMA on the 30, then you're good. That breaks, then I'd start worrying. But yeah, looks good. Uni.
Bro, the saying that elevator down, staircase up. I mean, is a chart supposed to react the way this Polyex is? Like it's gone up versus staircase down?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said that this looks bullish, right? Like, that's really what you want. Right? Big impulse up, slow, gradual retracement. Big impulse up, slow, gradual retracement. Like the opposite of what we've been seeing, right? This is like what we've been seeing on most charts. Just watch the volume. Like I said, 800% increase in volume. Watch the volume over the next couple hours. Watch the volume tomorrow. If you can get it on a deck screener, watch holders, daily holders. It's like the best way to tell if a move is gonna continue or not. Uni. So type 2 entries is what I said I was waiting for on Uni. Right? Type 1 entry is in. Our original target for this move is 7-2, right? But we have to get above that bullish trigger. Remember I said that white line right, or that red line right there is our bullish trigger. Getting above that would send us. But I don't think we do that before coming in for a retest of this break. So 800 EMA or maybe down here is where I'm looking for a good sort of type 2 entry. But yes, I do think it continues. I think if alts are going to continue, it'll continue. Let's put it like that. Just being patient. Being patient. What was the other one? BAKE. The pop-up on Uni is going to bring a Dex narrative, in my opinion. It usually does. Whenever Uni gets to move in, everybody's like, "Oh, what other dexes haven't we looked at?" Da da da. What's the best chart here? Maybe Mexi. Not a good chart, bro. I mean, you've got accumulation. But not a whole hell of a lot of anything else going for it, honestly. Yeah. Like, look at BAKE. Look at BAKE UNI. Right. One of these things is not like the other. Let's look at BAKE BTC versus UNI BTC. Right. So your number one question should always be, do I buy Bitcoin or do I buy this thing I'm thinking about? Right. That's your first sort of measuring stick. I mean, could somebody say this looks like it's finding a bottom and it'll probably pop on BTC soon? Yeah. But we're not there yet. Right? It hasn't happened yet. Versus Uni BTC. Now, does this mean run into Uni and don't run? No, it just means this is what you want to see, right? This is the strength you want to see against Bitcoin. Because this means that during this time, if you were holding Uni, you made more money than if you were holding Bitcoin. Right? It's Uni's performance versus Bitcoin's performance for the most part. But you need to see, right now you're in this sort of accumulation mode on BAKE BTC. But until it starts to pop and show some life, then you're literally just better off holding Bitcoin. Now, I know you want to front run it. I get that. Everybody wants to front run the move. But this is a pretty dangerous environment to be front running shit on alts. Right? It's easy to look back at this and say, oh, yeah, well, yeah, I would have just got in here and da da da. But got to let it build out. Right? Chances are it's not until your type 2 entry on this BTC pair that you would have felt comfortable with Uni getting in. What's going on, Robo? The Violet channel. You talking about the 50 EMA with the purple cloud around it? Yeah, it's the 50 EMA and it's got a standard deviation cloud around it. What the cloud lets you know is how much volatility there's been in that certain area around the 50. Right? Because if there's a lot of volatility, sometimes when you come back to retest the 50, you only need to retest the cloud. If you look at sections where price is dead, you see how thin that cloud gets around the 50 here. Versus when it's pumping. Right. Oh, there's two robos. I thought that was I thought that was the other robo. Listen, guys, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but you've got to make space for more than one robot. We're about to be surrounded. Yeah, robo trader. Like that's the reasoning that I look for to get into entries. I'm looking for relative strength against the pair that's outperforming at the moment. Right? If we look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin was at 60% dominance earlier. Well, almost. Which means that $6 out of every $10 is going into Bitcoin at this moment. Right? At this point right now, $5.96 out of every $10 is going into Bitcoin. So your job is to figure out where does the rest of it go. And if it's not outperforming Bitcoin, then you're just better off in Bitcoin. You can find them. There's plenty that are outperforming, right? It takes you have to look. Right. There's no substitute for going through every single alt you're looking at and checking its BTC pair. And it's confidence, right? It gives you like if you got a nice setup on USD and then you go to the BTC pair and it's got an equal setup, right? Then that gives you a higher level of confidence going into that trade versus if you've got a good setup on USD but the Bitcoin pair looks like it's about to lose value. A long time ago, this was the only way you could trade crypto. Right? Literally, the only way you could trade crypto was trading pairs. You always traded alts back into BTC. So you were always conscious of that BTC value. And then they came out with stables, and everybody was happy. Oh, I don't have to, I can just take profit. I don't have to do TA on another coin to take profit now. I can just take profit, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the first bull market, when stables came in, people came to like a nasty realization, right? They had made a ton of fiat, right? They were up on money, obviously, at the top of the bull market. But when they went back into Bitcoin, they had lost Bitcoin. And that was like a cold, hard reality for some people. Because what are you really here for? Right? If you're really here for fiat, then cool, scalp, bubble up as much cash as you can. But if your goal is to hold more Bitcoin at the end of every cycle, right, to compound for what's coming, then it's a shock to get to the top of the bull market and realize that you lost Bitcoin even though you made money. Is there a third robot? Is there a robo boobs now? We started a trend. Y'all are funny as shit. That's what I figured, traders. Ignore Robo, he's just sensitive. He feels targeted right now. That was your first mistake, is making that known, Robo. You know how the internet works, bro. The second you show weakness, people gonna pounce. You're gonna have like 7 Robos in here by the end of the day. Robo Def, Robo H.
Bro, we almost got $70 silver.
Insane, huh? Insane shit. Holding
Keep thinking
too.
it'll be next month, but it's like next week.
Yeah. I will admit, we hit target 2 way quicker than I thought we would. Like, I thought for sure there would be more hesitation breaking out of that large cup and handle. This one. But we went for it.
I hear copper's going up too.
Mm-hmm. Almost done with that tariff drop. I mean, that shit really screwed us. We had already broken out, bro. Trump did me nasty right there, and I voted for him. But this is when they announced that they were putting a 40% tariff or some crazy shit on copper. The way it was worded was 35 to 40% tariff on copper products. You can just imagine what that did, right? And then down here they announced, oh, no, not, we didn't mean copper products. We meant unrefined copper, raw copper. And then everything corrected after that. But in my opinion, they stumped this breakout to get into position. And they've been doing it. Right? The same cup and handle that everything else is in. But they staggered it so much inside this handle that you literally created another cup and handle inside there. And then they brought it back down in the price. So it just shows a lot of, in my opinion, price suppression here. All of this shit just smells like nasty price suppression. But there's only one reason to suppress price, right? Because you're not done accumulating. So we'll be patient with that. And then platinum. $7% for the day on plat. Rockets.
Well, I'm gonna set that neckline. Huh?
Go.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not holding my position after this. I just can't. I've got to stick to my theory. If my theory is that there's been a rolling cup and handle setup going on these metals, and platinum's only at its cup, then I don't really want to hold through that handle personally. I've had such a good run on platinum. I mean, we're up on platinum, what? Almost 2.5x. Let's see. Another one that I didn't expect to be this quick. I mean, I was looking for a ride up to the, to the neckline, obviously, but wasn't looking for like just a rocket ship straight up. I honestly thought that I'd be taking profit on this platinum trade somewhere at the bottom of the next bear. Right? Like metals were always my rotational sort of play. Like, where does my money sit during the bear market? But the timing on this has been nuts. That's 1000% where M2 money's going right now. There's no way around that. You said platinum was wrecking you though, Mike? You were short, or it's not giving you an entry? I think Uni looks good, Dylan. I think it needs to retrace a bit though. Put in the right
Yeah,
side of the W.
You see pictures of the new Tesla Cybertruck and that's coming out, man. That thing's sick.
Nah, I haven't.
Looks like a pickup. It's nice. Not different than what it looks like now. You never received yours, huh? You should just wait and get this one.
Nah, I never took the offer. The one that I had, my problem is that I reserved like the beast one.
Yeah.
And that, I guess they staggered them. They had the normal ones come out first, and then by that time all the problems we're having, the bumpers were falling off of them shits. Everybody was tripping. Then they did the recall. Then the price went up after the recall because supply was low. The dealers were getting them off for like 200. How crazy that is? 200, 250. For me, it
Kinda
was
funny.
that lady with the U-Haul. The lady had a U-Haul on her Cybertruck and hit a pothole, and the whole rear bumper and half of the undercarriage came out. I was like, wait, what? Nah.
Yeah, it was attached to a piece of plastic. It wasn't even welded.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I was like, nah, bro. Nah. This shit's supposed to be bulletproof. Like that's the only way you can get over the ugly is because it's it's a tank.
Mercedes is coming out with a pickup too, and that thing looks pretty sweet too.
Nah,
Mercedes
the
X-Class.
the Mercedes Vision, bro. Go look at that. Oh my god. That's gonna be like my future mobile office, bro. I'm calling it now.
My God.
Look at the
The
interior.
all black one?
It
Oh,
doesn't
black
even
one? Oh my God.
whatever color. Just look at the interior.
Oh crap, that is hot. Mercedes-Benz Vision.
And then look at the back. You're gonna have to
I love
watch
the
it. You're gonna have to watch a video to really get the full. But you definitely need a driver for that. That's not some. You don't drive that. There's some cars you drive, and there's some cars that you're meant to be driven.
Oh, is that the one that is it? Can it drive itself?
No, although it's a perfect candidate for it. That'd be great.
Oh my, look at how
Fully
the size
autonomous,
of those
just sit in the
rims.
back.
Oh my God. It's so stealthy. So low to the ground too, man. Can't
Look
drive
at
that
the
around.
look at the back cabin. There's projectors in it that it's just nuts, bro. This shit is next level for sure.
Oh my goodness. Even the front, man, the passenger seat is so huge.
You'll never see the front of that. You got to look at the back. I would 1000% stream from that shit. Are you shitting me? What?
How much does it cost?
There's not even a price yet. The last time I
Is
checked,
that
that was
MM crypto what?
Crypto has a Sprinter. That Sprinter is dope. That Sprinter is super dope that he has. But this is like next level Sprinter. And there's not a lot of seats, right? It's literally just for you and one other person.
No, you
I
can
mean, that,
look. It looks like it's not even meant for you to drive.
No. You got to put in the price of a driver into the calculations when you're buying that shit. That's like a Maybach, right? Like you don't drive a Maybach. Bentleys are to be driven. Maybachs are to be driven in. Like Rolls Royces are to be driven in.
The whole top of the car's solar. 94% of the top of the car's solar. Solar powered. High voltage battery. It's solar powered.
Mm-hmm.
So it is electric. Oh.
Nah, I won't be buying it right now. It's good to shoot things that are outside of your
I can see driving that Batman. Look, reminds me of the Batmobile.
But they're gonna bring all that technology into their whole line. Like some of the S classes right now, and but yeah, the last thing I'm doing is buying that shit so that I can just hear all day from my friends in the back how amazing it is while I'm driving them around like a freaking taxi. No, sir. This shit is amazing. Like, I know, bro. Why I bought it. Yeah, I'm like, I've been through that phase already of needing the right car in the right place. Yeah. But some shit is just cool. We're just looking for our daily bottom here, Hugs, from our 10 a.m. dump off. Somewhere between now and when Asian session comes in is where we find our bottoms, right? 10 a.m. dump. Then we find the lows, 10 a.m. dump. Catch our fallen knife. Dump, catch our fallen knife. Dump, catch our fallen knife.
What's the 10 a.m. dumping, huh? Does it happen again today? 10 a.m. dump.
Yeah. I
Something
made
that-
sure I put it on the screen. Big ass letters.
Oh, did you?
Jane Street, bro. Jane Street and all these institutional guys just can't stop shorting Bitcoin. And why would they? I mean, shit, they got a good little thing going right now. You know? Buy at the end of US session, dump at the beginning of US session, short it all the way down to the end of the US session, buy at the bottom of US session,
Yeah, as
ride
long
it
as
up
keeps working.
overnight. I mean, why would they stop, bro? I wouldn't.
People know it's going to happen and they still, they let it. It's just
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, they've been part of it every day. Ghost. That's what I was saying yesterday, right? We didn't get a dump off on Friday. So I was saying I'll be looking for today to see if they don't dump off, then maybe we get a signal that they've flipped the switch, right, to go in the other direction. But it seems really hard for them to say no to the easy money right now. And they're getting paid off, off both ends. So we got to trade the chart we see, not the one we want. We should stop at the end of liquidations. The target for each of these dump offs has been the liquidation sweeps. Right? Swept liquidation on all of these. And then you get your W pattern, and then you get your bearish channel that you have to watch all day. Only reason we had a break in the action here, I mean, you can see it, right? It looks like a freaking EKG. But the only reason we had a break in the action here is because it was the weekend. Right? But the weekend trap does build up liquidity. So, like I said yesterday, the move up needs moves down. As long as you're taking 2 steps up and 1 step down, you're fine. Just don't want to get in the habit of taking 2 steps up, 2 steps down, 1 step up, 2 steps down. Right? Structure-wise, this is what we need. What we don't want to do is take out lows. Yeah, right around freed shorts. Remember, this is harvesting, right? This is a feast. When we were sitting in this trap, we had all of these short liquidations right here. All the way up. Both sides look just like this. Right? So the false move up is meant to sweep that liquidity. And I said we'll get the top of our false move up Monday at some point. Right? Before Monday night, we see our tops. This could possibly have been it. Chances are this was the top. Right? We also hit the bottom of our daily bear flag, which isn't great. Right? As long as we hold structure and continue, fine. But that is a bearish rejection off of the bottom of our bear flag. So if all that liquidity has been swept and that target's been hit, remember yesterday I said we had 2 targets. Our main target last night, or our main target yesterday, was to close above that 2-week 50. Our second target was to retest the bottom of that bear flag. And we did both of those. Cleared liquidity, didn't have enough motivation or didn't have enough volume to continue. So what does market maker do in that situation? Right? Even if they hadn't sold off, the intention would be to come pay yourself on liquidity, in my opinion. Putting myself in market maker's shoes, right? As much as anybody can. So the short answer, after giving you the long ass answer, is as soon as we sweep this liquidity, I'll be looking for a pivot. I'm looking for an entry into these red and purples. And that brings us to now, where we're sitting waiting patiently for a sweep. Yeah, I hear you, Free. I hear you. We hit a very major milestone yesterday on the macro by holding that 2-week 50. Let's go to our macro chart real quick and we'll cover this again. So here's Bitcoin on the 2-week. Let me get rid of this and bring up this. So the reason that yesterday's close was so important is because the bear market comes in 3 stages. Right? Hold on, let me get rid of some of this stuff. All right. So your bear market happens in 3 stages. First stage is fixing the chart. All right. So you get your mean reversion, right? The mean reversion phase brings you from your all-time high to your 50 EMA on the 2-week. Right? Price comes down from the highs down to the 50 EMA on the 2-week. That's the first stage of your bear market. That stage of our bear market has been completed already. Right? Stage 1, down to the 50. Stage 1 down to the 50. Stage 1, right? Down to the 50. Stage 2 is our consolidation. Stage 2 happens as price consolidates on that 50 EMA. Right? And there's 2 really important things about this stage. Let me bring this color down a little bit so you can see the price. Let me get rid of this. All right. So in stage 2, you test the 50 on the 2-week and you get your dead cat bounce. Right? This is the stage where your dead cat bounce comes in, where the major dead cat bounce comes in. And as you break that 50 EMA on the 2-week, you go into the 3rd stage, capitulation. Right? This is the big violent drop that everybody's scared of in the bear market. Consolidation phase, right? Usually lasts a couple months. You get your dead cat bounce inside of that phase. As it breaks under, capitulation. You see why it's so important that we didn't close underneath that 50? Every time we've closed underneath that 50 on the 2-week, you get your capitulation phase. Same thing here. It's the 50, consolidates, dead cat bounce. As soon as you break the 50, here we had a little bit of wobble. We broke it here, wicked back over on one of the 2-week candles, but it didn't hold and eventually just rolled over into capitulation. So that's what was so important about our close yesterday, right? Because our close yesterday kept us above that 50. Right? Haven't had our dead cat bounce yet. Those 3 last bear markets that we just looked at, these arrows are, oh, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. I'll bring you up. But these arrows right here, time-wise, are where we got the dead cat bounces within that accumulation. What are you doing? Get out of here. Right, so time-wise, let's go to a smaller time frame. Right, this is our accumulation up close. Time-wise, we're right about where we got our first dead cat bounce. But the other 2 didn't come for quite a bit. Right, so we're within the window of historically where we get that dead cat bounce. But there's plenty of time left in this accumulation. Right, this is my estimate of how long it'll take to break out of this. About 80 days wide, right? And we're not even halfway through it yet, in my opinion. Could it accelerate? Maybe, yeah. But from the analysis that I've done, this is roughly the window that we should be looking at. And then inside of this accumulation is where we've seen every Monday they dump off. So do you understand the logic now? We're in an accumulation that leads to the dead cat bounce. Right? We know that historically. We hear everybody saying it's over, right? But what are they doing? Like, screw what they say, look at what they do. Every Monday they've dumped off. Yes, that's the bearish part. Every Monday, right? 10 o'clock. Not even Monday, during the week too, but at 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m., today again, 10 a.m. But then what? Do they keep dumping or are they reaccumulating? Right? So why would somebody be reaccumulating inside of a consolidation? You don't think they know that this is usually where the dead cat bounce comes in? Right? And they're trying to fill up their bags as much as possible without breaking the metrics that scares everybody about the thing being over. Right? You think they don't know that that 2-week 50 has to hold? I mean, I'm nice at what I do, but I promise you BlackRock got some G's in there that know what I know plus 10, you know? So what does it look like, right? It looks like reaccumulation at a macro support before the last move, before the end of the bull market. And that's what I'm playing into, right? That's been my thesis this whole time. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Nah, hell nah. Not all money is good money. BlackRock is the freaking devil. Yeah, I mean, we're within that window, right? Like, we are in one of the bull markets, we would already hitting our dead cat bounce at this point. The last 2 are a couple weeks away. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That's another thing we have to look at, right? Because this was scary, yeah, coming down to these bottoms, but we could come all the way to the bottom of this accumulation again. Like, let's go to the weekly, and then let's go back to the prior accumulations. All right. First, let me turn this off so you can see the. So these are the candles that we have, right? These are the 2-week candles so far that we have in this accumulation. We came down, touched the 50, had a green 2-week doji, and a bit of an accumulation, right? But we've managed to stay off of those lows. Now, I know nobody wants to hear this, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if it happens, I know everybody's going to freak out. So look at this price action. Came down, touched, came back up, had a doji, retraced, but came back and broke that accumulation. This is on the 1 week, not the 2 weeks. So don't pay attention to the 50 EMA here. But look, you see it on the 2 week, it's the same. Right, so you see how we came down, held, but this third candle broke down underneath and closed over. Right? We could see something like that and then had the dead cat bounce. So that would be your spring, basically. Yeah. What I want to make sure is if we do see that you guys keep this conversation in mind. Because the bears are going to come out heavy at that point. There's times where we've had the dead cat bounce without the retest of the bottom of the range too. Right? But 2 of the last 4 times we went down to retest the bottom of the range again. Let's get rid of this CME gap. We already handled that shit. I'm hoping it does because I kind of need entry here. So I'm hoping we sweep these licks, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the false move up, in my opinion, was going to stay strong and continue, they wouldn't have come back this deep. Coming back this deep, sweeping those licks. We're at the psychological ranges, right? So that's not a shock. Like, we know we revisit the psych ranges, but this amount of liquidity underneath, for me, would be irresistible, bro. I'd try to go for that. I'm gonna respect it. That dip on M2 between Christmas and New Year's, I'm not ignoring that personally. My stop losses will be super ridiculously tight. Oh God. I'm gonna have to super future trip like a decade out. The real question on Circle is, will I get my 40? I will be fading any move up, personally, until we break 107. Meaning if we come up and then start to reject, I'm gonna TP what I've been DCAing. I've been DCAing all of this. Dynamically DCAing, right? Heavier at the bottom. So either it rolls over, gives me my 40, and I get to put, 2 more DCAs in, or it pops up, I take profit, and then as it rolls over, I start my DCAing back in. But I'm in position, and I've dragged my stop loss down to where even if we come up to have a bearish retest of this SR flip, I'll be in profit. Right, which is why we dynamically DCA. Because if not, my average honestly would be probably closer to 130, 120. Nah, not all in. Definitely not all in. But you got to build positions into these drops, especially if you feel like a company's undervalued. And for what Circle offers and will offer in the next coming years, this is ridiculously undervalued in my opinion. Don't expect any quick moves on this though. It's a long-term play for me. It's a positioning play, right? When you're looking at vectors, you should try to be on the perpetual charts if you can. I'm in BTC USDT.P because there's more money moving through them. Take it easy, Ghost. Have a good night, bro. Let's go look at it. So you're talking about the dry powder bag, basically, right? Total minus total ES divided by total. Yeah, smaller time frames, you're gonna see correlations, right? Because it's the money moving in and out. It's the stables that are moving in and out. So this was the range that we were looking at, right? Where we said as Bitcoin, if Bitcoin is above its sweeping licks, the relief rallies to continue, then we need to come back down here on stables, meaning the stables need to be spent, right? simply put, when price goes up, people are selling. Right? Stables, the stablecoin bag is getting bigger. When price goes down, they're using their stables to buy coins. And then if we want to track the total ins and outs, oh shit. I haven't looked at this for a couple days. Y'all. Come on. Like, come on. This is where we were at all-time highs. Right? This is when money started going from stables back to the bank when we dropped off. This is where we're at now. These are bank deposits coming into stables. We're at 2x the available stables that we were when Bitcoin was at 126. And you're like, all right, well, why isn't price going up then? Because it's not being spent. This is the wallet. This white box here is our stablecoin wallet. Right? Let me put Bitcoin on the chart. This blue line is Bitcoin, or let's make it white. So this white line is Bitcoin. Actually, white is dumb because now you can't see the arrows. Come on, Dbloc. All right. Every time our stablecoin wallet has gotten full, right? Let's say this is full and the bottom is empty, right? Every time our stablecoin wallet has gotten full, price has been spent. Stables get spent, Bitcoin goes up. Stablecoin wallet empties out, Bitcoin gets sold, stables come back into the wallet, right? Inversely correlated. Get to the top, people spend money, price go up. People get their money back, price go down. People spend money, price go up. Look at where we're at, right? Our reserves basically on stables are at all-time highs for the last 2 years. So the stables are continuing to come in, but people are on the sidelines because they haven't seen what they need to see yet. So is it here? Yes. We know it's here because we're looking at it. Right? Money's there. Just have to wait until the chart gives people a reason to spend. Clip after the performance I saw from the LLMs, the AIs in that trading competition, I'm not worried about it. I hope they do start using bots. Now, talk to me in 5 or 10 years, right, when the shit gets crazy. But as of right now, they can't. I'm confident that AI can't do what I do at the level that I can do it. I don't feel like my job is endangered just yet. Honestly, when it comes to most people, they're looking for certainty, right? So 90K moving to 100K, would be a reason. And unfortunately, they'd come in too late, right? Because like I said, everybody gets Bitcoin at the price they deserve. And that's not like a shot, right? That's not like, but if you didn't want to take the risk at 80, and understandable, spooky time, right? Not everybody's cracked out and can just throw money into some shit like this, and you know, that's us degens. But let's look at our types, right? Because this is what we're talking about. We always talk about our type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 traders. Chart's messy though. I mean, you gotta forgive me. This is just what it looks like when you do daily TA on a 5-minute chart and then you back out to the hourly. So, type 1 traders, right? Most of us degens went fallen knife hunting here. Right. Type 2 entries would have been here. Now, we didn't break out, right? We ended up coming back down. Actually, that's a lie. We did break out, which means type 3 traders got involved here, but they got wrecked, right? Now we're down. This on the 4-hour would be yet another type 2 entry. But the W that we're looking at, right, that doesn't break out until 94. So let's say this holds. So we've got type 1, type 2 entries in. At the breakout of 94, we'll get type 3 entries. But at the retest, when this holds support, if it holds support, this is where they come in my opinion. Type 4. Right? That's when the confidence that this move has really held and is turning into something else comes in. And this is exactly why you see our 10 a.m. lines. Right? You think it's a coincidence that they're doing this sort of manipulation to accumulate right at the bottom of type 2 entries? I don't think it's a coincidence at all. I think they see exactly what I see. And they're trying to do as much as they can to get as big of a position as they can without moving price up and screwing themselves. That's what I think. That's what they want, man. If they can keep it in a situation where it's super sketchy and every move up you think is going to be rockets, and every time they pull on 10, you sell everything because, you know, that's what gives them the Bitcoin. Like, that's where the Bitcoin comes from. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong to sell, but in my opinion, it's wrong to sell and not buy back, because then at that point, all you did was you sold your cheap Bitcoin to the institutions. That's also a possibility, right? We saw what happened when institutions try to fight the cycle. If we come back to, let's go back to our macro chart. These cycles have rules that are usually never broken, right? And there's a couple of hard, fast rules that we've always followed. And one of them has been, how do I do this? Do that. One of them has been that when you get to the dead cat bounce of the last
I
bear
learned
market,
something today with 50-day and 2-week chart. Much appreciation.
right? Dead cat bounce of the last bear market. Dead cat bounce of the last bear market. Right? Whenever you get to the dead cat bounce of the last bear market on the next bull market, you get a secondary scare. Super chat. I appreciate you, Jack. I appreciate you, bro. Stick around, fam. The dead cat bounce comes in, right? The beginning of the bull market, bulls make money. Then you get to the point where bears make money. When you get to that dead cat bounce, you get a deep correction, and that's usually the last correction before things take off. Our dead cat bounce during the last one gave us COVID. Let me tell you how nasty COVID was real quick. I'm going on a side quest real fast. Because everybody talks about how they wish they were here for COVID. This is when institutions first got into the game, right? This is when the funds opened up. This was our first institutional liquidity sweep that we've seen on Bitcoin, right? Where they held price, 154 days sideways. If I tell you the amount of people that were convinced, me too, to a certain degree, that this was the bottom of the bear market here, right? And then they swept that liquidity. And now we know that that was just our accumulation phase, and that there's 3 phases. But at this point, it was 2018, right? We only had a couple bear markets before us. So everybody was almost fully invested at this point, and then this happens, right? So if you had any money left to buy the bottom of this bear market, cool, you did. Price recovered. Everybody ended up making money, right? Even the ones that had held here and were underwater ended up making money. And then you had the scare, right? So those people that knew that the dead cat bounce was coming and you were going to get the secondary scare sold off, but they bought back at this 800 EMA, and this was supposed to just go. And then boom, COVID. So my point is, to get to the bottom of COVID and still have dry powder wasn't really common, bro, because we already had recoveries, dips. We had already done this. So you hear anybody that said that they just full ported the bottom of COVID, they either got here late and weren't here for all of this, or they're lying. So dead cat bounce, and then the secondary scare, and then the bull market continues, right? So that's, also, you never break all-time high, old all-time high, until after the halving. Right? This orange line is the halving. You see how much further, how far away we were from that before we broke all-time high? And look, back here the same. You get your dead cat bounce. Your dead cat bounce is what prevents you from breaking all-time high before you're supposed to. So for me, the way I've always looked at it is that these are old Bitcoin miners, old Bitcoin whales, right? That are controlling the cycle, that try to make this happen so that you don't break all-time high until after the halving. But look at what happened this year. We got our ETF acceptances. We got to the dead cat bounce. And we had a small lackluster retracement that should have been the it should have been the secondary scare, right? This price, if this was a normal market, should have come back and retested those highs, and that would have given us our 30-40% secondary scare. But they didn't. They pushed, right? This is when institutions came in and they said, we've got all the money in the world, right? We're the masters of the universe. Screw your dead cat bounce retest shit. We control the cycle now. We're gone. And we hit all-time high before the halving. What happened after? We went into the longest consolidation downward period in Bitcoin's history. This is the longest Bitcoin is consolidated ever. And where did we come back to? The dead cat bounce. And when did we break all-time high again? Not till way after the halving when we were supposed to. So this to me was the first sort of pow-pow from market makers and old whales and Bitcoin miners to the institutions saying, look, don't think that you can come in here and just push it around, right? The cycle has limits. We're going to respect the limits. And if you break them, you're going to be made to pay for it. So I say that to say, because somebody said, what if the institutions are wrong? I say that to say that that's very possible, right? By timing, we're at the end of the market, right? We know that real estate doesn't drop until somewhere around here. And my theory's been that institutions want to run this as long as they can so they can make as much money so they can take advantage of the drop on real estate, right? But what if they're wrong? What if this is another situation where they're trying to use their money to push price around, but the cycle is stronger, right? And they're going to be made to pay for it. I think that's what happens at the dead cat bounce. I think we have an explosive move, dead cat bounce. I think everybody apes in. And then we go into our capitulation the way we always have. And there's a good chance that some institutions get burned there. Right? There's also a good chance that some of them learn their lesson here and are respecting the cycle, which is why we saw the dump off right when it was supposed to. Bryce with the Cypher membership. Appreciate you, Bryce. Does that make sense? I'm not making any of the decisions that I make based off of bias or based off of emotion or based off of I hope, I wish, or revenge trading or any of that shit. Right? There's a method to my madness. Whether it's right or wrong, time will tell, right? But there's a logic behind what I'm doing. All right, well, I feel like I've been running an hour and 50-minute long TED Talk at this point. What are y'all up to? I thought maybe I could bore Bitcoin into sweeping liquidations. Nice, not a bad idea. Do have a W here. Y'all are tired of hearing me talk about slow breaking W's. Right, so yes, W pattern, yes. Stopping volume candle, nice volume profile at the bottom, no. Right, slow breaking W's, so far bearish channel. These W's, you want to judge them by their volume. Right, did you have an increase in volume? Yeah. Right. Buyers stepped in. What about your type 2 entries? Did your type 2 traders step in? Not really. Right? Price is moving up on decreasing volume. Right? So your volume divergent here. Volume down. Price up. That's a move that's not supported by spot, not supported by volume. Which means one of two things. Either volume picks up and then price continues, or price will come down to clear that divergence. The measured move from this bear flag would take us to sweep the licks. So it's all in traders' hands right now. Volume picks up, we can avoid this. Aggressive buyers come across the tape, we can avoid this. If not, we're going to hit that 50 EMA with a weak push. That supply is not going to break, and it'll roll over. Oh shit, I thought my camera was on this whole time. My bad, y'all. What up? I hope not. Nothing that I said should be scary. Just trying to remind people that these interday drops, as annoying as they are, haven't really changed anything on the macro yet. Yeah, the books are going to be really thin. Right? Books are going to be really thin between here and Christmas, which means that any big money that comes in any direction is not going to have a hard time pushing price. But until we can get institutions to stop selling off, then we're stuck in this range. Basically waiting for them to be done, bro. You ever been in a store with your mom and she's taking forever and you're just sitting there, you're ready to go home, she's not done shopping? That's what we're dealing with right now. Impatient as shit, just running around tearing shit up on the racks. Yeah, it's a wrap at that point. The lady in the store comes out with little cups of Cuban coffee. You're like, Jesus Christ, we're going to be here forever. They're just not done shopping yet, yo. This is really the simple way to put it. They're not done shopping and they've got the keys to the car. So they're our ride home. We got to wait till they're done. Market makers' motivation wouldn't be to break the 50 on the 2-week. I think we've seen pretty clearly that they've stepped in when they needed to keep that from happening. Remember, they know as well as we do that if you break that 2-week 50, chances of getting their vector gaps that they left above and closing those imbalances and getting all that liquidity that they left above goes out the window. Right, so they'd be shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, I don't put anything past anybody, right? We're just doing the best we can to boil down the probabilities and possibilities. But that would be hustling backwards if I put myself in the market maker's seat. So for the moment, at least we know there's somebody's on our side. At least one, got at least one of the big players on our sides. We just have to wait for the institutions to feel like they've loaded up enough. I mean, it's possible, Stein. We were just talking about it earlier. This accumulation phase that we've had on the 2 week on the 50, it does have retests, right? So we could come back down 82, 80. As long as we close that 2 week back over, I think that would be a decent mitigation of that. I mean, nobody wants that to happen, right? Unless you're short, unless you're looking for entries. But it is possible, so I'm trying to get everybody prepared for that possibility. Nah, I don't think it's resolved, honestly. I'm hoping that we do that on the way down, like what you're saying. Right? Get that dead cap bounce first, and then come down and worry about all of those imbalances on the way down. There's way more to the top side. Right? And I think market maker is well aware that for the next year that you're not going to have any problem with anything you left underneath. Right? The risk, the real risk, dollar risk is leaving those imbalances and those liquidations above. In my opinion. Nah, I won't let this one go over. This was a good stream. I actually might cut this stream early in a little bit just so that so people can come back and watch it. Because I know people have a lot of questions about where we're at right now in the macro. A little bit of volume coming in here. This, in my opinion, is where market maker will test retail sentiment. If we can get a vector through the 50 and retail jumps in and actually decides to buy, then maybe this W can actually sustain itself. Our targets to the top side are these vectors. But the question is, have we bottomed just yet or not? Yeah, I mean, if we look at M2, M2's at all-time highs going into what now is... Remember, we're on a 100-day offset here. So, I mean, we're threatening to put in new all-time highs in March. You know, we're already March, April here, and M2 is still elevated. Right, this is where we're at right now. We're 1 day away from that impulsive couple days up into Christmas. And this is where I'm de-risking, guys. Let's say it again. Christmas to New Year's, first week of January, dead zone. And then somewhere around February, end of February, you get a big impulse. right? Remember, this has happened already, right? This is today on M2. But the velocity of money from central banks to risk assets is 100 days, right? This is how long it takes for this money to get to us, right? So by the time we feel this, like this money coming into the market, it'll be February. This doesn't mean that Bitcoin is still at the highs, right? All this means is that during this time, there will be liquidity available for risk assets. Bitcoin could be at 50K at this point, right? And you get a pump up to like 75. Remember, this is the available liquidity. It doesn't mean it's rolling into your asset. This entire move up has gone into metals. This move up right here gave us Bitcoin's all-time high, this arrow, right? This move gave us gold and silver all-time highs. Yeah, from this point forward, from Christmas forward, I'm a trader, right? I'm playing the market. I'll look at liquidity and see what we're doing. I'll find what's going. But long-term swings, shit like that, no. This is chop. This is nasty chop. There will be pops. There will be action. But this isn't something you want to hold through, right? My opinion, personally. But I still will be using M2 to see if we're in a contraction or an expansion. All right, there goes that green vector through the 50 I was talking about. Now market maker will step on the brakes and test retail's will to buy here. Good volume, right? We're starting to break that divergence. All right, this is the divergence that we had. So we're starting to pop out. The problem is if retail doesn't step in and FOMO, then we'll just hit the top of the range and roll over. Market maker will pay himself on these vectors and continue to build out this bear. All right, we got some aggression across the tape, 36.9. We can close a candle above the top of that. We can invalidate. But this need, there we go, 106. Come on. Bring it, 122. Come on, you gotta sustain it though. Yo, did you see the picture of Jake's mouth when he opened it and his entire jaw was laying on his tongue? That shit was disgusting. Gang, I don't even know how he did the post-fight interview. My ass would have been in the limo on the way to the hospital. That's when I said, nah, this kid is different. Like, he is a content creator above everything. He said, no, I'm getting this clip. I know my teeth are knocked out. I know I can't feel the bottom half of my face, but I'm about to get this clip. Ambulance? I'm not waiting for an ambulance. I would have, as soon as I regained consciousness. Where's my driver? Take me straight to the hospital. All right, so here's the retail test that we were talking about, right? Market maker is not providing liquidity. He's testing retail's desire to buy. Okay, what he's really saying is, I have to get up here to grab my vectors. Am I going to have to pay for the whole trip? Because I'm not trying to pay for the whole trip. Thomas with the big patron membership. Appreciate you, brother. Definitely appreciate your support. Retail is not showing any desire to buy. If this continues, market maker will start providing liquidity in the opposite direction and come pay himself. Think of it like a party. Market maker tries to start a party. You're enticing retail to go long, right? So he pays for the DJ, he pays for the kegs, he rents the building, and then he opens the doors. And nobody shows up. How long do you wait before you take your deposit back on the keg? You tell the DJ to go home. Right? This is what we're waiting for. Did this work? Right? Is this bait or is this enticement working on retail or not? The cover fee is your stop loss. It may or may not be a Diddy party, but we won't know till we get in there, right? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. It's super low volume, and we're going to have really, really thin order books. But what that means is a small amount of big players can push the chart around. And nothing to make you cut that Christmas party with your family short, like your exchange sending you notifications that Bitcoin's pumping. Yeah, I mean the continued elevation in M2 for me is coming from that money being spent into gold and silver right now, right? Like that's directly going into metals if you follow the flow. So the real question is, why are banks printing like we're coming to the end of the world and buying as much gold and silver as they possibly can? Because the thing is, while Bitcoin's on a 100-day offset, when it comes to when it comes to M2, metals aren't. Metals are on a 1-day to 1 week offset, which means when you see M2 go up, metals go up. Right? Because when banks, gold specifically, when banks print, the first thing they do with that money before you get it is they buy gold. They're not holding that shit. They know it's worthless. Right? So the real question is, why are central banks acting like they need to load up on as many metals as possible right now? And in my opinion, it's because they know we're at the end of the real estate cycle. Right? We're going to go into global contraction. And if that's the case, and money's going to get sketchy, and equities are going down, right? The multi-sigma bubble that we always talk about. This. If gold is at all-time highs, and silver is at all-time highs, and S&P is at all-time highs, and building contracts are at all-time highs, and Bitcoin's at all-time highs, or, recently was at all-time highs, then we're going into contraction soon. And I think that's why we're seeing central banks load up, mainly China, load up on gold and silver for the same reason that I loaded up on gold and silver, right? Because if I can't put my money if I can't put my money in the legacy for a year, I can't put my money in the crypto for a year, I can't put my money in the real estate for a year, and I can't put my money in the bonds for a year, then what's left? Right? And why do you think metals are pumping so hard? They're the belle of the ball. It's like the hot chick or the guy you think looks good at work. Like they don't look good. They're just the best looking one in the office, you know? And right now that's what metals is. Like metals is the hot chick at work. Yeah, I agree, Zan. I 1000% agree. They'd be stupid not to. How do you not? We will revalue our gold and we will use that money because that's another thing. When we revalue gold, so Congress holds control of the purse, right? Congress decides what we can spend, when we can spend, okays the spending, unless it's tax neutral, right? Tax neutral funds, the president controls. So revaluing all that gold in Fort Knox is valued at $42 an ounce right now. $42 an ounce. We're over 4K. So that what happens is the revaluation of that now gives Trump money to deal with. They won't sell the gold. They'll issue bonds against it. Silver is worse than all of us. Silver's been suppressed worse than anything. Right? Silver has price agnostic demand. Right? Institutional demand for silver doesn't care what the price of silver is. They have to buy it. There's no other option. If silver's at $5,000, they have to buy it. The products will be more expensive, right? That you're getting that have silver in them, but they have to buy it. So there's a lot of people that benefit from the suppression of the price of silver, and they do it with derivatives, right? They do it with paper silver. There's some crazy numbers out there that paper silver to physical silver is like at a 4-to-1 or a 5-to-1, some ridiculous number, which is why I don't like paper. I get it. Yeah, I know. This paper gives me the silver that you have, and yeah, I know. I'm good. I'll take my silver. I'm cool. Right now, look at the premium on silver. Like I was saying yesterday, I was saying this last night. Silver per ounce right now is, are we at 70? It's nuts to even say that shit. 69, right? I haven't hit target 2 yet. This is the price of paper silver per ounce right now. Go to a jeweler or go to a metals guy right now and ask him for an ounce of silver. I promise you don't get it for 69 or 70. I promise you don't get it for 75. Probably going to get it for like 78 or 80. Right? We're already starting to see the divergence between the price of physical silver and paper silver. And in my opinion, it's going to get worse. And that's exactly what happened with the Hunts brothers. Long time ago. When our pattern first started. Cornered the silver market. Crashed the price of paper gold. In 1 week, 2 weeks time. I mean silver, sorry. Went into the longest accumulation after that silver's ever been in. and then did the thing. So in a situation like this, you want to be holding physical. In a situation where we go into Fort Knox to audit the gold like we were just talking about, if there's a single bar missing from what's supposed to be there, you want to be holding physical gold, not paper. Whenever there's supply shocks, the price of physical goes up through the roof and the price of paper plummets because nobody wants the paper. Right? Those that can take deliverables off their paper do. Meaning if you can trade in your paper gold for actual gold, you do. And then everybody else does. And then there's a run on gold. And then they're exposed for selling more paper than gold, and then the price of paper plummets because people realize that it's not backed on anything. It's just fairy dust. And yeah, then we get to our Labubu targets. Now, there's a good chance that we hit Labubu prices on physical, but paper doesn't. I mean, that would suck. I don't want that for anybody. I hope that they do hold it together. But there is a good chance that this chart looks like shit and you're still able to sell your physical silver because of the demand at $100. There is also a chance that the mechanisms that have been here to suppress silver kick in. It becomes too expensive for people who need silver for industrial purposes. Their lobbies are bigger than ours, their pockets are bigger than ours, and they pull some bullshit. Right? That's also 1000% possible. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Stein.
I don't think we're going down here on Bitcoin.
Let's do it. We hold this 50, it'll be a good first step. We have to close above to invalidate. We wicked under that time, but we can invalidate this bear flag. The W is there, it's just not strong and it's slow. That aggression we saw come across the tape, though, that needs to sustain itself. There we go, 111, but keep it coming, though. Max pain for options is 98K. On the bottom side, it's 88, and then 101 to 104. So when we start coming into options expirations next week, exchanges and market makers gain the most, or lose the least, I should say, by pushing price as close to 98 as possible. That's where the most amount of contracts expire worthless. So we're in one of those rare situations where my motivation and market makers' motivations and exchanges' motivations are all sort of lined up.
Do you ever look at the Bressert cross or not?
Nope, not really, no. You find it useful?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can take a look at it yourself. I mean, we've got a daily cross kind of going up now. So I don't know. I mean, I've been using it for like a few years, you know. So like, not like as like a main indicator,
Yeah,
But,
no. When I said I
definitely
don't
look
use
at
it,
it.
I don't. I'm not meaning to say anything bad about it. I just really don't use it. So that's why I was asking if you find it useful. It's momentum,
Yo,
right?
yo,
It's
yo,
meant to
let's
be
go,
a
Dbloc, my man.
it's meant to be a momentum indicator, right? What's going on, brother?
All good, all good. Paying my back to the community, you know.
How's your day been?
All good, man. You know, I've re-encountered a few back of my friends 20 years ago, you know.
Oh,
Paying
nice.
back my respect to the
Hey, there
community.
we go. 20 gifted Cypher set up.
Yeah, man. 20
Appreciate
gifties,
you.
you know.
20 gifties. W gifts. So you got in touch with some old friends?
Yeah, old friends, you know. They don't believe in, but I still believe, man. I know I got my plans,
Oh,
I
they're
got
giving
my
they're
man with the
giving you a
plan,
hard
you know.
time. They're giving you
Yeah,
a hard time about crypto.
yeah. Nobody believes in the crypto, you know. But I've been here for the last 8 years. For the last 2 years, I've been in a row, day and night, man, day and night, all along with you, my man, all along with you, D Block's my man.
Boy,
Ups and downs. That's why I'm paying my respect to the community.
appreciate you, brother. Give
You're my
me
man, D-Block. You're my man.
give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, W's in the chat to all the new members.
Yeah.
Super generous.
Four in a row last night. Four in a row
Yeah, I
this
know.
night.
I saw. All right, let me go grab my caffeine. I'll be right back, yo.
Okay, I'm here with my beer.
I'm here, y'all. I'm just digging in for some research because I haven't really looked at anything since I sat down. But I'm watching.
bucket and a mop.
Only you can prevent wildfires. Wow.
Yeah, also getting smashed.
You checked out nightly. Nightly. Oh my goodness, night lately. I swear I'm normally better with words. Not doing too much different than Light did, but I think it's in a better position where it's doing it. So we'll see.
Boy.
Did just invalidated W though. I believe. We'll see.
Was that?
Talking about Nightcoin.
Wow.
I was trying to recover finally. It was like at least selling pressure was dying out. There's some divergences and stuff, but
Yeah, I was hearing that the biggest wallet of night belongs to Binance, so people were getting warned that when Binance holds the most of something, he
yep,
usually takes a big dump.
yeah, guarantees income.
Expecting to see Bitcoin at 88 with alts dumping the way they did. I thought it was lower.
It is giving me a pretty solid divergence on the MACD though for night. But yeah, no. Gotta see what happens.
Hopefully it does what light did. Let me see. I'm gonna take a shot at it.
Light. What are you gonna long it?
Hell no.
Well, I think he might. Yeah, he was talking about shortening it. I mean, it's not
shorten night?
dissimilar. It just took a lot longer. You know what I mean? I will say though, considering how it performed in comparison to light, I also think that means that
What is light?
light was another. I don't know much about it. I think it's Bitlight Labs or something like that.
I don't think it has
Uh,
like night has way more going for it with Cardano and everything.
Yeah, I don't know anything about either project. I've just been playing it a bit, but the only thing I was thinking was that because Knight had a much longer sustained run, I feel like, and also a slower rollover, I feel like it won't take much for it to
Wow. Light did dump, huh?
get
It was
volume
at
back.
$4.82. Now look at it. Whoo-wee. That thing dumped 50%, then it dumped another 50%.
Yeah, I probably made like $300 and then round tripped it on Light yesterday. Off of not
Bitlight
much.
Labs, the
Not
major
exactly.
contributor and largest development team behind the RGB protocol. What is this? Smart contract and tokenized fiat protocols on Lightning. Oh, the Lightning Network. Is this a real thing?
No
I would
idea.
think it probably has nothing to do with the Lightning Network. I don't know. There's way too many tokens.
It surprisingly had a dominance chart though, which was interesting.
Light is now available on Binance, BitGet, KuCoin. Yeah, it got listed on every exchange at the same time. That happens, it's gonna do nothing but pump. Pump, pump, pump.
Yep, I was close to catching that short on light, man. I had a couple shots at it. They didn't stick. Boy, that would have been a nice play.
Yeah, it would have been fine if I would have closed out when I first started getting nervous about it, but you know.
Oh, you were long on it?
Yeah, I tried to catch the
Ooh, boy.
I tried to catch the fall knife. And I did. I just didn't get out
Oh, you
quick enough.
came in after the dump?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's worth a shot to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I had like $20 in this account, and I turned it into like 130, and then back down, and then into like 150, and then lost it. I've been slowly
That's
building
weird.
back up from like 30 cents or 40 cents.
Like how it's still down there at the bottom where it dumped from almost, and it has volume. It's weird.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Well, I mean,
wondering,
if it's potentially getting listed, right,
is it?
then
Oh,
then exchanges might be like acquiring it. People are, still looking at it, kind of thing.
I don't think it's gonna go back to where it was, but it might be good for some type of
No,
bounce.
no, I don't know that it'll perform like it did, but I mean, it could be one of those that like I don't know if I would compare it directly to like MyX, but I don't know if you remember that like crazy pump it had and then dump, and
Uh-uh.
like you could be in it for a long time. You know what I mean? If you're longing it, you could
Yeah, I
be in
don't
it
know.
for a very long time waiting to see. But I mean, it's not a bad start at least until the dump. Right? Let's see what it does.
So I guess Knight's a whole different thing. It has Cardano. That's the thing that was shilled by what's his name, Mr. Cardano.
Charles.
That's the one he showed?
Yeah, Charles Hoskinson or whatever his name is. Yeah.
Oh, that's probably not going to dump
Yeah,
like that.
he created Cardano. He created that token too.
Oh, never
That's
mind.
why I'm saying it's not gonna dump like light. 'Cause
Oh, I thought it was going to be a CZ special.
But no, the Binance does own like the largest wallet, so
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Then
I mean,
they could ruin it.
yeah, they could have a big dump at any time. They could just dump their whole bag.
They will. They don't give a damn.
yeah. I mean, I,
Uh,
I wouldn't doubt that it's gonna dump. I just think that it might recover better. It
yeah,
has
maybe
I
like
think it has
50%.
a higher propensity to recover than
Nothing like
Oh
Light
yeah,
did.
for
That's
sure.
Light.
For sure, people are waiting to buy a dip on night.
Yeah, maybe 50%, I'd say.
and
Okay,
like
so
I
I'll
said,
just
we do have like a decent bit of volume still. And this is, let's see,
well, let
each
me
time
tell you this.
prices come down, um, in these last like 3 legs, the MACD's pushing up, right? So
Yeah.
it has a chance. It just would need
None of that'll matter though when Binance
yeah.
decides to do what they want to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
And here's what my deal is on that coin. If that's true, what you say, and Binance is the largest holder, and the coin is already shortable because it's on futures, so they can put shorts in and then sell off.
yeah, so my thing is, I think though it still would like it would not make sense for them to wait until it recovers, like maybe, I don't know, let's say like 30-40% of this gap or this dump, and then dump it, right? So tight stop losses and
I don't
whatnot.
know. Yeah, maybe, but that's not. It's nothing. Nowhere near. There's no edge in that to me because it could go now from what I see.
Yeah, absolutely. But why wouldn't they wait till it was higher to dump it more, right? Because if it doesn't like if they get part way up and it's just higher price to dump further, create more capitulation, increase the performance of their shorts.
I guess I just don't see a big difference between where it's at now and 11, whatever.
Well, because it just dumped. So if it fails the recovery, right, that's more capitulation. So potentially it's increasing the value of their short if they short it from higher up. Like let the market do what it's gonna do, wait and see what it does. If it starts going up, short it then. They could
Yeah.
dump it here, right? But like it's already dumping, you know?
Yeah, on the 4 hour, it's broken. Those averages there, I don't know what these are here, but they're broke. And it's whatever that is, it's probably a 800 down there. It's tapping off of that. That's all it's got holding it.
Yeah, but MACD has had 3 touches to the 50 line. All it would take is enough. I mean, and it's going sideways, not continuing down, right? So it wouldn't take much for it to break the 50 on the MACD, which would plausibly,
Yeah, they could pull a short squeeze if
you know what I
short
mean?
crazy.
And then they dump it, right? Like it would still fit the narrative, but it would potentially give them.
I agree with that. I could see them
short.
pulling a short squeeze real quick and then dumping it on some
Yeah,
real super
I
volatile,
mean,
dirty shit.
super speculative here. You know what I mean? But that's just like if I was someone with the largest wallet considering dumping it, right? I feel like I would let it
The
almost
problem
get
is
there and then
if
dump
all
it.
the other wallets know what's going on and they already got the word and they know that dirty Binance is in play, then they might try to front run them and dump it on them, and then they might be like, "Oh hell no, screw all y'all!" Bam.
I think as long as it has a lot of volume coming in, it's all right.
Then you're relying on Charles to pick it all up.
Yeah, the volume's decent, right? I mean, same with Light. Like Light had, I mean, not that this is the same scenario, but Light had pretty solid volume even while it dumped, and this has definitely, I think, more eyes on it. So
Let me go look at Peppin and see what happened there.
yeah, Peppin was going crazy, dude. I was looking at a coin rank yesterday, and it was like, what?
Damn, it's on a crazy volatile range on the 4 hour or daily. What is this?
Yeah, I can't remember what I was looking at, but it was one of the
Oh my god.
performance metrics for like price change on CoinRank was like 3 or 4,000%, something ridiculous.
Look at Peppin on the daily and look at those wicks to the top and bottom side on the candles, on the daily candles. It's crazy. Hell nah. That thing's a destroyer. I'm leaving that thing alone. It don't matter which way you're trying to go, it's out to get you.
I got a few exits like that. Oh, market maker stepping in on the 1 minute for night. Just pushed it over the 50. It's like the most adorable little vector candle I've ever seen.
But Bitcoin.
I'm sorry, no, I was talking about night. My chart keeps doing weird stuff though, and like setting me back to the beginning for some reason. There we go. Honestly, I think if we break through this for night, if we can break through this 50 cloud and close above, ooh, but that's a blue vector coming in. We'll see. See if it's starting to run. Yep. There we go. Turn green on the 1 minute. See what happens. It's like it wants to reach up for the 200 right now in the 1 minute. And 13 has crossed the 15, but can't sustain. Did break through some important resistance right there for shorter time frames. This night. Man, I just looked over and my liquidation levels for the night have populated so quick.
What's good, chat?
What up, Dbloc?
Good. Gotta set everything up. Well, broke that bearish channel, retested it, failed to retest. Roughly about halfway through the measured move. There is a chance we come up to clear these vectors, but until we break that downtrend, I'm still looking for this to play out. But that doesn't mean that there's not some money to be made. Yeah, almost everything has a stopping volume candle. You guys were watching when I was looking at the alts here. Being SVC on Sol, Link, Litecoin, ETH. But we're still really close. We're still like type 2 entries, right? So they can still be invalidated. Jim was good. Jim was good. Yeah, so now we just got to build out. We know where our invalidation is. Our stopping volume candle invalidation on the 5-minute is right by our W invalidation. So we don't have to wait long to see if they're just going to take this. And then if this invalidates, you can expect all those W's we just looked at on the alts to also invalidate. Excuse me. Robo, if you're on Discord, we got an entire section on patterns. That let you know how to find the measured moves, but for W's and M's specifically, it's the largest peak. Right, it's from the largest side of the W or the left side of the W, placed at the point that price breaks. Same thing for the M, just inverse. You're welcome, bro. I didn't get any type 1 or type 2 entries because I just got back, so. I wouldn't mind this invalidating. Yeah, I'm gonna try to have the library up in the Discord in about a week or two. I'm already starting to collect some of the books. I need to get PDF versions of the books, and then we're gonna open a little library section. And then during the week, maybe we'll do something like a Cypher book club, where we'll pick one per week, give people time to look through it, whatever, and then we'll have a little session on it.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be cool. I'm trying to make sure not to put anything in there that's not necessary. Some of these things are long reads. But some of y'all love to read too, so.
For anyone that was listening, Knight did break down on the retest of the 50 on 1 minute.
Yeah, if the bearish channel is too long to be considered a flag, you would take the width of the channel instead of the entire pole. And by too long, for me, what I use for a judge is 50%. Under some circumstances, and it's really circumstantial and kind of subjective, so it's hard to teach it. In some cases, I'll take a flagpole that went up to golden pocket. Right? What I mean is, if you put your fib down from the flagpole to the bottom of the flag, right, we're getting to the limits of where I would consider this a bear flag. Under this situation, I would give it until golden pocket. Meaning, if we draw the pattern out, right, and this isn't, I don't like this as a flag because it's got a deviation and whatever, but let's just, for educational purposes, let's say this was a flag. I would stop considering this a flag if it got higher than golden pocket. A good safe measure is 0.5 when in doubt. If you ever have a question between the two, consider it a channel, right? Meaning if you're going to make a mistake, err on the side of caution. Have the smaller measured move instead of getting married to the idea of a bull flag and then it stops halfway, right? Really low time frames, we're on a 1 minute, right? Don't get married to 1 minute W's. Because let's say this fails, right? Let's say this would have come down here and then like sort of held. All it did was build a 5 minute. Right? The only reason we draw them early on smaller time frames is when we're sniping entries. But you have to be flexible. I'll take a look at it, Robo. You know what's funny is that a lot of the books that I've read about trading that have helped me the most haven't even been about crypto. It just applies. So what we're talking about is trading, right? Liquidity. Now, things can be adapted for crypto. Like the encyclopedia of chart patterns. It's like the Bible of chart patterns, right? Bukowski. Even Bukowski, when he talks about how long it should take for some of these patterns to play out, or how long some of these patterns, like, you know, don't count it if it's not on the daily chart, don't count it if it's, some of that shit doesn't apply to crypto because crypto moves so quick, right? It's so liquid that you can see chart patterns play out on the 1 minute, 5 minute. Right? On the stock market, sometimes you've got to wait 6 months for a head and shoulders to play out. So some things you adapt with experience. But like when I first got my medicinal license, I tried to grow some weed and I killed like 7 plants. I read every single medical marijuana growing guide that there was. It wasn't until I picked up a simple farming book on how to grow tomatoes that I finally figured it out. And it's like the same shit for crypto, right? Just learn how to trade. Don't concentrate on the asset.
That's cute though. Just tomatoes.
Just tomatoes. As soon as I learned how to grow tomatoes, everything else started working. I was like, oh, okay, you know. Sometimes
Go
you
back to
gotta.
the basics, right?
Yep, exactly. Sometimes you gotta go back to first principles. People like to overcomplicate shit, especially people that are selling you things. They love to overcomplicate shit. But if I want to charge you $3,000 for a course, that shit better have 74 chapters in it, right? Like, you pay $3,000 for a course and it has 3 chapters in it. You'd be like, oh, I feel like I got robbed. So they make it more complicated. It's like fluff, right? It's not that it's not true, the shit that they're teaching. It's not necessary, in my opinion. Right? And they do a horrible job of explaining. Yeah, it's a little bit like college. But don't get me wrong, it is important to learn everything. Right? Because until you really learn everything, that's when you'll know, okay, I don't need to use this, I don't need to use that. But when communicating with somebody on having to explain like what price is doing, I don't know. There's a way to communicate effectively, and then there's a way to try to sound smart. One of them makes people want to pay you because they don't understand what the hell you're saying, so they've got to get more, you know. The other one makes people understand you. But it all depends on what your motive is. I'm actually gonna extend this W. It'll give us a slightly higher measured move. But mostly because we put the structure in, so. Never change a pattern based on what you want to see. Always change a pattern on what price does, if you're going to change it at all. In this case, it doesn't move the invalidation. So I'm not taking on any more risk by changing the pattern. If I changed the pattern and the invalidation was like maybe lower down or something like that, then I would be adding risk. The difference on the measured move was literally like $30. It was more for my my OCD than anything else. Error on the side of a cleaner chart.
Everybody on the channel knows your OCD.
Crazy. Somebody called me out on it the other day. I was sitting here like this, and I had this arrow, and my magnet was messing with me, and I was trying to get it straight, and it was driving me absolutely crazy. And somebody in chat was like, "You have OCD, don't you?" I was like, "Yep."
BD.
I do.
Yes.
Like, me too. I was like, my people.
Is it OCD or attention to detail? Since those two things are
You know,
very
some people just like things a certain way.
Attention to detail. That's OTD, right?
Nah, I can't tell you how many times I've had to ask somebody, like watching somebody chart, and I'd be like, "That line right there, can you?"
Oh man, I hate things.
Can you just fix that? Like that doesn't bother
I
you?
go to-
They're like, what? What do you mean? I'm like that. You know, that line right there doesn't bother you? Like, oh, they're like, oh, I see it's a little crooked, and
I
then
go
they
to
still
someone
don't
else's
fix
house.
it. I'm like, what?
I'll straighten out people's pictures at their house. Doctor's office, I straighten a picture out. It drives
That's
me
funny.
crazy.
I do that shit with magazines, bro. I go to a waiting
hate it.
room and there's like a table with magazines that are all like all over the place. Nah, time to get to stacking.
And then if you open up my cupboards, man, I have to have I have to make sure the leap was a facing outwards.
That's funny.
90% of the reason that I've been able to work in a lot of the venues I have is because I have to I'll see the little details being wrong and I correct them, or I find the appropriate person to correct them, and then no one ever notices that it was wrong, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't do that shit for anybody else. I just don't want to look at it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's OCD.
I
I
have
mean, I do it for
OCD and I
myself.
have ADHD. So I need things to be a particular way, but my ADHD keeps me from being able to put those things into a proper order.
Yo, I get
Nah, it's
that.
a trip, bro. It's so much. Yeah, it's a trip. I mean, you learn to deal, right? And like I said, I really do consider it my superpower because I attribute a lot of my pattern recognition shit to OCD. Patterns pop out for me very easily. And I don't know if, some people will be like, well, maybe it's just from years of, maybe. But I've talked to people that trade for a long time and they're always like, how'd you see that? Where'd you see that? Like, how did that? Like complex patterns. Like I can look at something and be like I've seen that before, right? Like that, I can go take a bar pattern from the bear market of the 2017 or whatever and find it. And
That's
then
that kind of
and then the
lines up
hyper focus
on
from the ADHD too, obviously, is beneficial.
that kind of lines up with like a lot of savants have like photographic memories and um yeah, like I think disorder is a thing, right? Because it can cause uh a lot of issues for the individual, but I like to look at things as healthy and unhealthy, and if you have a healthy application for it, then I don't know if you can call it disorder. It's just chaotic, right? Or maybe to outsiders
I
or
look at it
internally.
like X-Men. Like everybody has some sort of abnormality, right? Something that's different from other people. Now there's something that abnormality makes you better at than other people too. You just got to find what
Mhm.
it is. Whatever your
Yeah, hard to agree on
specific
that.
thing is, right? Like there's something that because of that you're better at one thing on this planet than anybody else is, or people, unless people like you or whatever. You just got to find your
Right.
thing.
Yeah, you're only crazy until you can demonstrate and apply a use case for whatever it is that makes you crazy, right? Once you do that, then you're just useful.
I think of all of my I got a couple buddies that are like germaphobes, like hardcore germaphobes. Won't shake, that type of shit. And after COVID, they were in the group chat like, aha, not so crazy now, am I? Like when we were all basically
Yep.
living like how they live already. They're like, you see? Like, you're stupid.
Yeah, they're like, it's your guys' fault. Nah, man, sorry that you got OCD, but also grateful for your OCD, brother.
Nah, that's not, I mean, don't even. That's not even, everybody's got a thing. That just happens to be my thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Our brains work exactly the way they were intended to work. Now, that might deviate from the norm, right? But there's nothing wrong with the way anybody was made. You just got to
Yep.
figure out how to use it.
I also think norms are a fallacy, but that's another conversation.
No, we go 3 days down. Yeah, Robo. 3 days down, or basically 3 days. In 3 days, we close lower than we closed on Monday. Right? Meaning, hold on, because that was kind of convoluted. Like if we go to the 5 minute, this was our high, right? All of 3 day down means that on Wednesday, will be lower than 90. Right? So you could have 1 day down, 1 day up, 1 day down, 1 day up, whatever, and this would still be considered a 3-day. It doesn't necessarily have to just drop. Or in this case, what I think is more likely to happen is I think we're going to have this day down. We'll have an up day. We'll come down and grab this liquidity and have another up day, and then our 3-day down will be over. That's what I'm expecting. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, Christmas, guys. I'm de-risking Christmas, so we only have a couple days to cook here. And even if we get to Christmas and it doesn't look, it looks like we still have potential. Remember, de-risking does not only mean taking profits. If you're trading leverage, de-risking means reducing the amount of leverage that you're on, bringing up stops. If you're on spot, de-risking means maybe cutting some of the losers, consolidating into strength, or holding some on the, cutting your losers and holding that on the sideline. And by losers, I don't mean coins that are down. By losers, I mean the ones that you don't have faith in. There's something you're holding that you shouldn't be holding. It's like the last one on your list, the one that you're always like, this just hasn't moved, blah, blah, blah. Right? Getting rid of some of those, in my opinion. Or moving your stops up way into profit, or even if you're not in profit, moving them way up from where they are. Right? Being defensive. Because if price goes down with this liquidity suck from Christmas to New Year's, then I don't think you want to spend the whole holiday season worried about your bags. And that's how most people think, which is why you start to get that withdrawal of liquidity around that time. But like I said, just what I'm doing, right? Not financial advice. Crypto's risky. It's all a scam. No expectation of profit. All that good shit that YouTube wants me to say. So why does YouTube sound like high def? Yeah, I traded funded accounts on Forex, but I haven't played with any prop firms on in crypto. I do think that is a good alternative to leverage trading your own portfolio, though. I think it's a very good alternative for 2 reasons. One, you've got to take the test, right? So now it's not just you deciding, hey, I'm ready to trade leverage. Let me go put some money on 50x. No, now you've got an organization telling you, are you ready? And if you fail that test, and that organization that's dedicated to making money and has a high risk appetite, because they're willing to give money to strangers to trade for them, right? Company that's dedicated to making money and has a high risk appetite says you're not ready to trade leverage for them, then you're not ready to trade leverage for yourself either. And once you do pass the test, now you get to learn all your lessons with somebody else's money. The win-win, right? My opinion. And then once you're past the test and now you're successful, now you're like, well, why am I doing this for y'all? Like, you know what I mean? It's been fun. I appreciate the leg up. I'm going to make room for somebody else that needs it and go make my own money.
If you were shopping for a prop firm, what would you look for?
They need to be liquid, and they need to have low fees, right? You want you want the lowest fees possible. All most people want to do, all most people want to see is that you can be consistently profitable. And that accounts for Wall Street. If you can prove to them that you're consistently profitable, you can get a job at any firm. I've talked to some of these people that hire traders about their interview process, right? Just in case any of y'all ever go into this. And they say that they've gotten rid of very good traders. Like they'll bring the people in and they'll be like, okay, you're gonna trade for a session, da da da. They'll basically watch you as your interview process. And they say that people come in and get in their head and they're so worried about making the most money that they don't take any trades. And he said, we've gotten rid of great traders because they're scared. They're scared to trade. Like, I can take somebody that comes in and that's willing to trade, even if they're getting the trade wrong, but that doesn't hesitate to get in and out of a trade, and I can teach them how to trade. But somebody that's gun shy, somebody that's not confident, somebody that's, you know, in their head, that you can't do anything with that. Now, don't get me wrong. If you don't produce, they will get rid of you. You know, you're not just gonna go over there and blow their money. But yeah, good set of rules. Yeah, you want one that definitely has a community, right? One that has somebody you can reach out if anything goes wrong. Yeah. I personally don't have any recommendations because I haven't spent enough time looking into any of them. And you want to make sure that you don't have to make $1 million before you get to withdraw too. You just got to read all the fine print.
Appreciate it.
Well, that's good. That means if you guys can't agree on which one is the best in chat, then there must be pretty good options out there. I appreciate that, Robo, but I'm not funding anybody's account. Those places they're usually counting that you're eventually going to blow up, right? But that you'll make them enough money before you blow up that it'll make it worth it. That's Crypto Faces, the one that Crypto Face is always talking about, right, Mazi? He's he's either getting paid or he's one of the founders.
Thought FTMO you couldn't do in the US though. Think I can't remember.
I don't think prop firms have had too much trouble in the US unless I'm mistaken, but
I remember looking at them, but maybe it was at that time they weren't taking on new U.S. traders or something. But I'll take a look. I've heard good things about them.
It's not good to trade under that type of pressure, is it? Is it for a prop firm or you got bills to pay? Yeah, that sucks. Trading under that type of pressure is rough. So people live on tilt, and then you expect them to be able to tell when they're trading on tilt. People spend the majority of their adult life in their heads. So the problem why psychology is so hard when it comes to trading is because it's asking you to address some shit that you haven't addressed that has nothing to do with trading.
The best resolution to inaction is action, right? So sometimes you just gotta take whatever the next best step is.
The one thing I learned about myself that was trading specific is that I needed to stop trying to prove that I was good at this because nobody was watching. Right? I was trading as if I was trying to prove to myself or prove to somebody that I knew what I was doing. And that's when like the revenge shit starts to come in and the, you know. It happens a lot with people who are self-taught. People who are self-taught suffer from what they call imposter syndrome. Yeah. It's like if you get a job and everybody else has a degree for it and you don't, right? You're just a good salesman or blah, 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 whatever. And you feel like you have to work extra hard to prove to everybody around you that you deserve to be there, right? You feel like an imposter, so you go above and beyond. To truly gain confidence in your TA, you've got to shake that. Another thing was getting my anger under control. My brain, I'm from Brooklyn, right? So my brain, it excretes this chemical called fuck it all when I'm angry. And that should just make you do some stupid shit when you're trading. Yeah. That's what I always say, man. You gotta go in, you gotta identify your demons, you gotta kill them. And if you can't, you gotta make friends with them. Unless you got years to go to therapy, and nobody has time for that shit, right? So you just, all right, look, we'll come to an agreement. We'll be friends, all right? You just chill in the background while I'm trading. Nah, go to therapy after, definitely. Go to therapy after. But you can't wait that long unless you're just not going to trade until you're done with therapy, and then you could do that too. But at least identifying them so that you recognize them when they pop out. Right? When you do something and you're like, whoa, 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 okay, I'm being greedy. Or oh, I'm being reckless. You know what I mean? Come on, everybody knows you got to lie to your therapist or else they'll think you're crazy, duh. Spend 50K a year, just lie to the therapist. That's like my ass paying for school and skipping. I used to go back when I went back to college. Like after going, like I said, I was gone for like 3 days. Right, I'd show back up in class, and my dumb ass is giving the teacher like high school excuses for why I wasn't there. And my professor's like, you know, you pay for this, right? Like, you pay for this. I get paid whether you're here or not. What are we talking about? You just don't get your degree. That's it. No big deal. We're coming into that W invalidation here. This demand has to break, basically. If they absorb this demand, then we'll invalidate that W, which will carry across to our alts. Right? We're getting a little bit of rollover. Link is close to invalidating. Sol a little less. Sui's about halfway. What excuses, Issa? Oh, my bad if you weren't talking to me. I'm not reading the chat. Oh yeah, yeah. The excuses, like yeah, like making excuses for skipping. Yeah, that's just me stuck in a high school mind frame. Like you're just robbing yourself, right? Like I said, it's like lying to a therapist. You go to a therapist and lie for an hour, you just wasted an hour of your life. That's what I do at the barber. Crazy. When I was young, me and my pops used to go to the barber and just lie to them about who we were, what we did, just bold faced lies, trying not to die laughing. Like a game we played. Yeah, just the wild whatever we could, and we never talked about it before, right? So whatever wild shit I said, he just had to rock with it. I miss the barber shop, man. I like my barber. My barber comes over, but I miss having a barber shop that I go to like every week. A neighborhood barber shop. Be in that bitch for hours. That's just haircut money that you can DCA into Bitcoin, crazy train. That's all that is. Nah, so check it. My barber used to be in a shop. And then he started making too much money. He got fancy and shit, like leveled up or something. I don't know. And he's like, I'm gonna do house calls now. Bro, I told you he was in where was it that he went with his girl, bro? I called him for a haircut a couple months back and he said he was in I don't remember, bro. Somewhere on vacation that sounded super expensive. I was like, you're getting too much money, bro. I might be paying you too much for these haircuts. Robo, did you blow into it like a Nintendo cartridge? If that doesn't work, just give it a light kick and try again. The Cypher School of PC Repair. Nah, I'm just talking shit, but realistically, somebody in the Discord or the chat has the answer. Like Cypher Chat, GPT. He's having PC issues.
Who?
Robo Balls.
Robo balls? What the hell?
Robo Balls, aka the real Robo. AKA Robo Balls 1, not 2. The big one, not the little.
Is that really someone on here?
Yeah, YouTube chat.
Oh, YouTube chat. I'm looking on Discord. I'm like, where? I don't see no Robo balls.
And then we got Robo Boobs.
Say that 3 times fast. Oh my god.
We got Robo Balls, Robo Boobs, and Robo
Robo all the way.
What was the other one? Robo Trading.
We used to have that one guy. He used to put these crazy names in all the time just to have people say it, because when he talked, he had to say his name.
Yeah.
You remember that guy?
Yep. I'll do it too. If you super chat, I'm gonna read your name. I can't be held responsible because it's a super chat, so I'm cool with it, you know.
Yeah.
But
We had that one guy, man. He'd always put something crazy to his.
so remember during Mafiathon, bro, where all these businesses were super chatting just to get a clip of him?
Yeah, that's what
shouting them
happened
out.
with that token.
Yeah.
Streamer coin.
Streamer coin. I may give money on streamer coin. Twitch screwed it up for me, man.
8 times Kai yelled out, "Streamer coin!"
It wasn't just, it was everywhere, bro. He was donating to Speed. He was donating to everybody. And every time he donated, he would take a clip and put it on the chat, and the chat would, he would take a clip and put it up on the site, and they would buy more. And as people bought more, they would donate more, and they would put another clip, and then people would buy more. It was like a flywheel. And then Twitch banned him, and I sold all my shit.
You know,
Once
I
Twitch
think,
banned him, I knew it was over. I'm like, it's a wrap.
I think Kai's buddy was behind that streamer coin. What's his name? The one that was always with him on Mafiathon this time.
I don't know. I'd be mad if it wasn't one of them, though. It's a brilliant idea.
Ty Lil, because I overheard one of them talking one day, and he was on another show, and they mentioned streamer coin, and they told him they were giving him props on it.
He seems a little goofy, though. I don't know if, but maybe, who knows?
Yeah, I think he had help.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't completely his idea, but because he's on the show and everything, they're like, "Hey, dude, we got something for you." Being on a show that big, man, so many easy ways to make money.
That shit was a smart idea, though.
What do you think he made on that last Mafiathon?
The numbers that I saw was that he made 6 mil in, he made 3 mil or 4 mil in donations or subscriptions. But the ads, he made like 6 to 8 on ads. So he brought in 11, 12 mil for those 30 days.
His show is actually like a talk show. Also, he has all these famous people come on.
Bro, we're not even talking about sponsorships.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about how much those people came on to. He didn't pay nobody to come on that show. You know that, right? As big as that was, they paid.
Look, people want to go on, yeah.
If they paid, if they had an album coming out, they paid to come. If they had a movie coming out, they paid to come. So
Mariah
if
Carey
you
paid
add
him.
that, he probably cleared probably close to north of 15, from 15 to 20. And then everybody's like, why hasn't he streamed? Why? Why hasn't he streamed, you ask?
He wants to spend some money, man.
Why? why? Why isn't Kai in his little room talking to us about what happened today? He's traveling the world, gang. What are you talking about? Robo Joe? Okay, now y'all gotta fight. I'm probably gonna have to just pull the game up and have 4 of you do a battle royale because this ain't right.
We're streaming and stuff like that was around when I was a teenager, man. Jeez. I know Speed overtook Kai though. Speed is going crazy, man.
Speed's global is different.
Speed is, man.
Speed got the world. That world tour was the smartest idea.
Huh? He got other people doing it
not
too.
only is it smart because he got all those viewers, but if you're gonna travel the world, having people scream your name and freaking like a pretty good way to do it, especially it's paid for. Every stream paid for itself, free trip around the world, and you're set up after it because of all the
He's on tour right now in China, I believe, somewhere. His Speed Goes Pro show is done, I guess. Episode of season 1. Right now he's on some tour, some Asia tour.
All right, well, I need to talk to all the Robos. Robo Joe, Robo Balls, Robo Boobs, and Robo Trader. We need to come to some sort of agreement here because I'm lazy as shit and I'm not going to be saying your entire names. So since I can no longer just say Robo, we have to agree that Robo Balls gets to be Robo. Because Joe, I can call you Joe. Trader, I can call you Trader. Boobs, I can even call you Boobs. I'm not calling this man Balls all day.
Hey, Robo Joe. Hot dog mustard
It's
only. What the
disrespectful.
hell? Hot dog mostly only. Just ghosting.
All right, we invalidated that W. That means we're probably invalidating on our alts as we speak. Link is about to invalidate. Actually, not that bad. Bitcoin's dipping harder than but I don't expect these to hold if Bitcoin's gonna sweep lower.
Wow, Speed's 20 now. He's getting old. Man, he had to be one of the fastest millionaires at the age of 18 or something like that, man. He had to be. He was rich at 16.
Yeah, but he's been locked in his room with 5 viewers for 7 years before that, doing backflips off his bed before anybody even noticed who he was. So people don't understand about some of these streamers, and some of them pop off out of nowhere, right? But most of them were grinding, bro.
I was watching an old show of his, man, and I was dying. He had me crying, man. He was so funny. He put his lips in that little cup. Oh, God. It was some TikTok thing that was trending. You gotta put your lips inside a cup and leave them there for 15 minutes. They swell up. Oh, my God. You ever get a chance, go back and watch that episode, man. I was dying.
I know a streamer that's out there grinding. His name's Dbloc.
Do my thing. I'm not grinding as hard as the #1 streamer in America right now. Is Donald Trump. Man's always on TV.
All you got to do is spark some controversy, bro.
All right.
Controversy sells.
All right, we invalidated this W, y'all, but I'm not going to take it off the chart until we take out this low. If we put in a lower, if we put in a higher low or a lower higher low, I should say, then we'll just move the shape of the W to see how this plays out.
You want to start some internet beef, Dbloc? You know, I heard you were talking about me or something.
Nah, you got it, bro. Whatever you say, I am. I am. It's so boring to beef with. I'm like, you got it, gang. You got it.
Is that an Eminem song? I am whatever you say I am. Radio won't even sing my jam.
Right.
What's the plan for the? You hosting like a big Christmas Eve special on Discord? Is that?
I don't know what the deal is for Christmas yet. I don't know what I'm doing.
Dude, I honestly don't know what I'm doing either.
I
I gotta
feel
knock
like
out
it's
the big
super
tomorrow.
sneaking up on us, though, right? Like this shit is right there.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm gonna knock out tomorrow, and then I got like, I just gotta get my head in the game here, family time and stuff, and it's one of them years, man.
Sweep. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna fractal out. I think this is gonna sweep, and we're gonna put in a new low. Which means, looking at the time, that officially now, even though it's been official for a couple hours, but officially by the clock, this is the top of our false move Monday, right? So 3-day retracement countdown begins. Our red target is 86.8. Yeah. I made sure I made that line yellow. I usually make it a 1 and I put it on a 2. I made it yellow and I put this shit in all caps. If that wasn't enough, let me know. I'll put that shit on 40 next time. No, I don't think you were wrong for taking profit on your short, but there are signs, right, when it's time to re-enter short. right, so if we put our measured move right on the break, let's see exactly where. 86,877. More than likely that demand though at 86.72. Excuse me. There's gonna be a stop evolving candle. You need to get it now, because if you break this psychological low, they're gonna whip liquidations, in my opinion. This is the retest of your confirmation to go short if one was thinking about shorting. If I wanted to short this personally, I would do it at the failed retest of the 50 EMA. That gives me the opportunity to put my stop loss right above that swing high. Now we've put in more touches, solidifying that bottom. Right, we weren't comfortable putting a bearish. We weren't comfortable putting the bearish channel up because we only had one touch. 2 touches top, 2 touches bottom minimum to draw your patterns, to draw your channels specifically. Get rid of this fib. And let's fib this entire move real quick. That measured move brings us to golden pocket. Your 0.5 fib is at our demand at 875. Right? 875 has good level of confluence with that SR flip. If we take this SR flip and we scroll it all the way across, right? This is a very, very old SR flip. So my 2 areas of interest here are going to be the 0.5 fib or the demand at 87.5. And the measured move golden pocket demand at 86.8. I would prefer to be the 0.5. It's healthier for our structure if we hold. Right? Come back to show you the range we're talking about. Right? Resistance, Support, 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 resistance. This is the range that we've been in the whole time. This is the range that we deviated out of and got accepted back into. When you deviate out of a range and get accepted back into the range, logic tells you that you make it back to the top of the range, 91.5, 91.8, which is why it'd be better if we don't break back out of this range. Right? Even though the measured move is there, even though golden pocket is there, even though liquidity is there, holding the top of this range would be more bullish than anything else. Yeah, we've got macro support at 87.5. What I would like to see, and what's a good possibility, is that on higher time frames, we come down, sweep this liquidity, close above, and this ends up just being a wick on higher time frames, and support holds. But that will fill all of our requirements, right? That'll give us our measured move, that'll clear liquidity, and it'll hold support above 87.5. But like I said, we have a 3-day down, right? But I'm just hoping that this is where we get our day of correction. And then eventually we'll probably take this out. But for right now, we're just looking for some plays. Give me 1 second, yo. I'm back, yo. Liquidity looking decent to the top side here. What I was saying earlier. Market maker motivations are to the top side here. You gotta come all the way down to like the 1 month or the 3 month. Excuse me. See all the excess liquidity underneath. But they'll take care of that during the bear market. Look, I could cheat and go like this. 140K incoming. These dudes with their Twitter posts kill me. It's like, we can see the little scale, right? They'll have some shit coin and they'll be like, look, tons of liquidity above. And their scale's all the way down to like 0.25. Yeah, look at all the money. I mean, this isn't even like stretching, but if you want to go to the 1 year, our liquidity is at 126. Let me check ETH real quick. ETH has a little bit more heat to the downside than Bitcoin, but this is bear market. This is coming down to, my opinion, we grabbed that during the bear. Let's see what we're doing currently. Yeah, so on the 1 week, we've got that excess liquidity above. 2 week. Yeah. So we're just like, we haven't finished the job of taking that liquidity on the 2 week, whether on Bitcoin or, we took some here and then we retraced, and then we took some of that and then we retraced, right? But they haven't mitigated all that. Even if you look at, if you go back to Bitcoin on the 2 week, see what I mean? They got up into it, but they didn't get it all. And I'm sure most things probably look like that. Just randomly check like Soul. To a lesser extent. Damn, nobody wants this shit, huh? I don't know. Look at all the money. All right. I said Cypher hoodies. Yeah, if I can get like a week where I don't have to worry about a chart, I'm gonna get that together. I've already done most of the art for it. Some samples. Some samples. I'll show you what the tags are gonna look like. The tags are done. So I'll have merch, just regular merch, right? But I want to do like capsule drops, and like Supreme or Chrome Hearts. But the limited edition ones, there's probably only be like 100 hoodies of each. Because I want to go better material with there, so they're gonna be more expensive. And I don't want to make too many of them. But the badges on them, right, or the tags on them. But this one's gonna be kind of like Chrome Hearts inspired. But they're gonna have the year and where we were in the bull market. Right? Bull market, bear market, bottom of the bear market, whatever. Yeah, patches. They'll go as labels too though. And then I'm gonna have the patch hats. But it'll be cool because over the years you'll have like a souvenir to remember each bear market with, or each part of the cycle with. I no forehead tattoos. Let's not go crazy. That's this was the 3D logo of the crypto Cypher emoji that we have. I was playing around on Blender the other day. AI. And then the hoodie I'm thinking about dropping is this one. Where is this one? Yeah. Dope. Keys, some locks, a cipher. You said a Sonic the Hedgehog ring? That's funny. I see it now that you say it. And then my favorite hoodie still is, where is it? Only a specific few. I'm trying to figure out how to make this to where only a specific few can, only the ones that actually de-risked. I'm just zooming in so you can read the back of the thing. Relax, guys. It's just a pair of cheeks. It's got the crypto cipher in the banner. It says I de-risked on the 9th. And then on the front, it's gonna be like, I survived the 2025 bull market, and all I got was this hoodie. I knew that was gonna bring Mike out of the woodworks. All right, we're sweeping those licks now, y'all. Let me get the measured. The measured move from this bear flag is smaller than the measured move we're expecting anyway, so that's the only reason I haven't drawn it out, but roughly the same. What's going on, Mike? Nah, cheeks not included. I mean, I could ask the Asian guy for you, but I know the other girl not interested. I would like for this support to hold because, like I said, then we don't break structure. If we do, it needs to be a wick on the hourly. Right? If we come down underneath the support, I need everything underneath here to end up just being a wick on the hourly. Yeah, I'll see. I'm gonna have like regular merch that you know, like tank tops, t-shirts, shit like that. I just figured for the limited ones, it's better to be hoodies because that tends to last longer. And I mean, it's all I wear is hoodies, and I want some. I'm making it for me too. Yeah, Titan. Yeah, there's just too much vector recovery and liquidity sweeping going on. Like divergences are cool, but market maker's gonna go get the bag if it's there. I know what you mean. My bad. I'm just going back through the chat now because I didn't see a lot of this.
What's going on? Is this finally people digesting the JPY thing?
It's just our 3-day down. We had our false move up, so
Oh yeah, true.
I expect some retracement. We're at support. We're at the SR flip that we want to hold though. So I was saying if we come down underneath it, I want to see a wick back above 87.6, like on hourly. Be nice, strong pose.
Ben thinks it's most likely that we sweep 74.
Yeah, he also keeps calling 2019 a bull market, driving me absolutely batshit.
I mean, it kind of was.
It's driving me crazy, bro. You don't understand how bad that shit irks me.
I mean, it's because it didn't make a new all-time high, or because
it's in the middle of the 4-year cycle. So we didn't have 4 4-year cycles then. We had 3 4-year cycles and 1 1-year cycle and then 3-year cycle and a 3-month bear market. Like, what are we doing, you know? I mean, I understand his argument is technically correct if you're using the stock market definition of a bull market or bear market. If you're using the 4-year cycle definition of a bull market or bear market, it's not. And he doesn't differentiate. And I know he knows the difference. So it's not like I think he's dumb. He's just, he's just not differentiating. But every time he does it, it drives me crazy.
yeah, I mean, I guess it would be more so considered a bear market rally, or do you think there's a certain time? Because I mean, it
No,
was
we were
off
in the bull
all-time
market
high.
already. We had already bottomed for Bitcoin. Right, we were
So
in
you're
the
just
bull
saying it's
market.
because he isolates that one part.
Yeah, and I think the reason that he does is because of COVID. If COVID hadn't happened and we didn't have that dip, he would never be calling that a bull market top. But because of COVID, he's not differentiating, and I am. I look at it like structure-wise, COVID should not have happened. Right. So even if you got, and we didn't even retrace 7, but even if we had retraced 85%, by that metric alone, calling that a bear market, I still wouldn't agree with it. Like, this is such a nerdy conversation because it really doesn't matter. I don't think he's basing too much of his TA on it being a bull market or bear market. It's just that he keeps calling it that. It's a pet peeve.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's just trying to simplify the terms, but like I don't know. I mean, that one run up, so like from the bottom to the top of 2019 down, like I would consider that not its own isolated bull market. That I'd consider just the start of the next bull market that happened and peaked in 21. But like there was a bit of a, we stumbled a little bit because of COVID. So like sort of threw
It's a
us
good. I
off track
mean,
a little bit.
it's a good thing that we have the technology and we don't have to wonder. Right. These are our bull markets. These are our bear markets. This is not a bull market top. This didn't even take out the old highs. Like, even if you wanted to ignore 4-year cycle and just say, okay, we're going this, you didn't even take out the old highs. And if this drop right here didn't exist, if
It would just be
COVID
a
hadn't
mid-cycle
happened and
correction.
this didn't exist, this would have simply just been not, it wouldn't even have been a bad correction. It would have just been, like it's just a retracement back to 50% of the rise.
Yeah, that's just all
But,
one cycle.
and
the
again,
yellow to
I
the
like
green or the red.
Ben. I like Ben. And if somebody clips this and he ends up seeing it, I want you to know that I respect you and I think you're cool. And everybody thought you were crazy and I was rooting for you. But the only reason that I can come up with him insisting to call this a bull market is because he's trying to compare it to what we're doing now. And if this is a bull market top and this is a bull market top, then you can make you know what I mean? But it's not. Right? This is this without COVID.
Yeah.
Right? That's what that is.
Yeah, it was just the first like leg up or whatever, the first
Now,
wave.
his point
went
of all
wild.
of this, which is what I don't want to lose in this, because like I said, this is a nerdy ass argument that really doesn't matter. But his point of all of this is that the reason that it's the same for him is because this is where quantitative tightening came to an end. This was our steepest sort of quantitative tightening we've ever had. This is where it ended. This is our steepest quantitative tightening that we had. This is where it ended. This is where we topped out. This is where we topped out. His argument is instead of having a full bear market, that we're going to have a smaller one and then continue up, right? So his argument is that this is not a bull market top. His argument is that this is just here and the continuation is here. The reason that I don't like that, the reason that I don't like that argument is because there's an other way to phrase it that still holds everything together, that doesn't confuse people about what a bull market or bear market is in crypto. Right? It's confusing. Because then you're like, okay, wait, so then what? So then it's a 6-year bear market, or does the bear market start from here, or so then what happened to the bull? So I don't like it. It's messy. Right? It's messy. It's a messy theory.
Yeah, I mean the 4 year
Honestly,
is
I think
definitely
he's better than that. Really easy to explain with all that.
That's the way to go.
All you have to explain is that this is the last time that we were in the same monetary policy that we're in right now, right? Was when we were here. But it's also important to explain that this wasn't the money printer being turned back on. This was just us stopping. The money printer didn't get turned back on until COVID dropped. Money printer got turned back on, shit rocked, right? But from the time that it dropped, from the time that it stopped to the time that it dropped was almost 200 days, 182 days, right? 182 days. It's like would be the middle of the bear market, right? Close to the end of it already. I mean, if the top was in October.
Yeah, so I guess the idea is like, so he relates the two because we have the similar monetary policy, even though it's a different points in the 4-year cycle. The monetary policy is very similar.
Yeah,
and the pivot that's about to happen is supposed to be very similar.
Now he
just
does
different timing.
He does go further though. He does go further because it's not just that. He does go further and then say that this mostly resembles this. And I'm like, okay, now you're stretching. Like, there's no need to stretch it. There's no need to stretch it. I get what you're saying, but no, that mostly resembles 2016. That's what that resembles. Except one had a slight curve up and one sort of flat. But out of all of our bull markets, like, and I think by making that, by saying, okay, this resembles this, he's leaning on the idea that this was a bull market, right? That our bear market came in here and the top of our bull market was 196 days later. And then we had a 184-day bear market, and then we started a new bull market. It's just unnecessary. It's messy and it's unnecessary. My bad. Yeah, I appreciate y'all for letting me rant. I had to get that out. I had to get that out.
Well, so
Nah, it wasn't bothering me or nothing, as you could tell. You know, no big deal.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. But yeah, but like term bear market and bull market aside, in the 4-year cycle aside, do you think that what the idea is that people think that we have a mid-cycle correction and then we continue on and start a whole new 4-year cycle without the full bear market?
Basically without
are we doing
the
an 8-year cycle
without the 85% correction or without the 70% correction on Bitcoin. He thinks we're only going to get a 50% correction, and he thinks that it's going to be half the time of the bear market. Now, my argument's been that we can have a reduced bear market. Remember, 7 months of drop, 3 months of convincing everybody that crypto's not dead. Except the people that are going to buy it don't have to be convinced anymore. It's not retail. Retail's not here. You don't have to convince them of shit. You have to convince retail. You have to convince institutions. And institutions are already convinced. So there is an argument to be made that instead of a 12-month bear market, we get like a 7-month bear market. But that's part of my thesis that there's still a possibility for an extension. Very low possibility, and it's just a possibility, not a probability. The probability is a dead cat bounce, and we continue the bear market into the capitulation phase. But there is a possibility left yet that we do make a new all-time high on some sort of euphoric FOMO pump. Like if we get to 112 and then things get stupid, right? In that case, then we would have extended the bull market by 3 months. And the reduced bear market that I'm expecting would still make everything fit perfectly within the 4-year cycle. You get what I mean? So you're removing months from the bear, but you're adding months to the top of the bull.
So then that begs the question: like, if something like that happened, would that disrupt the 4-year cycle for you?
Well, not if it played out like that, no. But I do understand the idea of a reduced bear market, timing wise. But like I said, I think to compensate for that. So this bear market belongs to the next bull market. Right?
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So like we'll know during the top of the next bull market what happens exactly. Does it get extended, right? Do we compensate for those 3 months with an extra 3 months? You know, some of this shit will just have to play out. The next bull market's gonna be crazy too, because this will be the first bull market we've ever had where real estate is taking a downturn and probably will be in a recession. We've never seen truly recessionary Bitcoin before.
I'm scared, but I'm curious.
It's exactly. It's scary, but I expect to learn a lot, and that's exciting.
Well, all of these like weird economic things like that are happening seem to affect Bitcoin like heavily in a negative way. But meanwhile, gold and silver are ripping.
It's
So
because
like
it's
that doesn't give me great confidence to think that Bitcoin will be a flight to safety.
yeah. But it's who's flying to safety right now, because China's buying a shit ton of metals. Central banks are buying a shit ton of metals. This isn't, in my opinion, people flying to safety. It's governments and central banks flying to safety before we go into contraction for the real estate reset.
The 18 years.
Now the question is, who do people fly to safety to? You know? But I mean, we just experienced an entire bull market with no retail. So don't be surprised if the next one is equal. Just take the lessons from this one and then look at the monetary policy that we're sitting in on the next one. At the very least, we know that liquidity will be pumping. So even if it is just degens will have more money, you know? And just, I don't want to sound like Michael Saylor here, but Bitcoin, until we know for sure.
So here's the other thing: is that like it's less degens and retail that are putting their money into crypto, like directly into crypto, and I feel like it's more so like people that are like investors and people that have like pensions and 401ks and stuff like that. They're all getting exposed, and then even like the individual investors that manage all their own funds and they have like a self-directed IRA or something. If they buy the ETFs, like there's this whole thing like floating around where that's like that seems like it's paradigm shifting where it's like, okay, buy Bitcoin or buy assets and then take a loan against those assets and then basically use that to live as your assets appreciate.
Yep. What rich people do. Buy, borrow, die.
Yeah,
That's the
earn
plan.
fiat to buy assets, then use those assets as collateral for loans. Like
Mhm.
you don't
And
have to pay
then-
taxes
and
on it
then-
because it's debt.
Die and let your estate pay it.
Yeah, it's like you already have as long as your shit's appreciating.
That's
faster than
the whole
inflation
point
is
of all this,
increasing.
guys. The whole point of this is to acquire assets. Acquiring money is something that you gotta sort of get out of your head. right? You acquire the assets. That's where the wealth is sort of maintained, right? The money that you make off of interest or off of investments, that's what you use to live and all of that, right? But assets aren't meant to be disposed of, right? You're supposed to acquire and stack. Because what happens when money gets debased? Right? What happens when I'm not even talking about the screw. You have $100 and now it's only worth 50 in the last 20 years. Like, screw that. We'll just forget that's not a thing. But what happens to the price of everything if money loses value? Right? The price automatically goes up, which means if you're holding assets, the value of those assets automatically goes up. Now, yes, hyperinflation, maybe that $1 million only buys you a freaking Tesla or something now, but it's better than holding the money that's debasing. Right? The point is to make sure you're holding assets that other people want. Or need.
You can basically get that money for free if you hold the asset long enough and it appreciates quicker than the devaluation of the money. Like you can essentially get that money for free. Like, and you don't have to pay taxes on it because it's technically debt. Yeah, you do have to pay the loan back, but I mean that'll be no problem if you're up 1,000% on your investments.
The trick of that is how much of your portfolio do you collateralize, and that's where people get it wrong. Like they put the entire portfolio at risk. Like the way to honestly do it is stack your Bitcoin until you can manage to just put a fraction of it for collateral and still live off of that for the year of the bear market. Because once you get into risking too much, it's too much counterparty risk. Right? Worst case scenario and some shit falls apart. Because, I mean, you are trusting a third party. You don't lose it all. So that means a little harder work, right? It means that you really, it's not a viable strategy until you're holding a couple of Bitcoin at least. 3, in my opinion. And then you can take a small percentage of that, right? See what your expenses are for the year, use that.
I mean, let's say hypothetically, like, say, you know, some people say you need $1 million to retire, you need $5 million to retire, or 10 million, whatever it is. Like, you could even calculate what the cost of living is going to be when you're planning to retire. But all that aside, it's like, say you have theoretically $1 million in Bitcoin. If you can collateralize just 10% of that, and you get 100 grand to pay your living costs with, as long as Bitcoin doesn't drop 90%,
yeah,
you're okay.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically free money.
Yeah. But I mean, obviously there is a risk that Bitcoin goes to zero. People just decide they don't care about it, blah, 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 all of that sort of same regular investment risk you have with anything else. But not investment advice. And like I said, it's something that you don't want to think about until you're sitting in a pretty good position, because if not, you'll have to collateralize too much of your Bitcoin and you're taking on way too much risk at that point just not to pay some taxes.
I mean, it's also like, just if you're not like having the assets, it's kind of better than being liquid, because you can, if you, as long as you have the assets, you can be both at the same time if you use the debt system to your advantage. Like you said, that's what wealthy people do. That's what they've been doing forever. It's just we had no idea about it until recently.
After you have all the money that you need to live, what good does the rest of it do? It did nothing. It really does absolutely nothing for you. You have to put it to work. You don't just sit it in the bank. Right? You got your nest egg, you got your cushion, you got all of the shit your family's needs, all of that shit taken care of. Everybody's got what they want. You've got 2 of what you want. Kids got everything they need. Everything's paid for. That leftover money isn't meant to just sit in the bank, in my opinion. That's the way that we were taught growing up, and that's like the biggest sort of mistake I think that our generation got lied to about. You just work hard and then work hard and save. Work hard and save. You just fill up that shoebox and just make sure your bank account and like cool, but the bank just made a ton of money off of you. You got shit back for it. And the opportunity loss of all the investments that have passed through your entire life. Right? All of the asymmetric opportunities. Like damn, if you're like 70 and you've just been saving your whole life, right? You missed out on .com boom. You missed out on like there's just so many missed opportunities.
Yeah,
But
you
some
also missed the
people,
crash.
I mean, some people are old school, bro. Like some people just feel comfortable knowing that that shit is there and they don't need anything more. They don't want to risk it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just we didn't come up into the world that they came up into where there's millions of jobs and there's job security and houses are cheap and you can, support a family with one person working. Like it's just a different environment. Like I don't know how anybody makes it right now that doesn't invest. Like unless they've got a very good paying, 2-parent household, very good job, reasonable city. But for the
I think
most
a lot
part,
of times,
bro, everybody's struggling.
if you're making a very good wage, like, and you have a home and you have equity in your house if you're a homeowner. There's like that kind of stuff, and then people also do investments in like bonds and like savings deposit, like certificate deposit, like savings bonds that you gain interest on and you have to wait for it to mature. That's almost like guaranteed extra cash, but it really only just reflects the inflation rate. Back in
Bro,
the day,
I grew up in a
I think
place
that
where nobody, where this shit sounds like Chinese.
yeah.
Right? We
Yeah,
weren't
tell
taught
me
any
about
of
it.
this shit. And if all you're worried about is making sure that there's food and that the lights stay on, all of this shit is mumbo jumbo. I'm talking about like once you get past that point.
But
You know what I
keeping people
mean?
in that position is intentional. Like like the system has been intentionally designed to keep people in that position.
Somebody's
They
gotta
can't
work.
rise above that.
Who else are they gonna get to work for $9 an hour if they're not, you know,
Yeah.
cheap
Yeah,
labor?
they can't clone themselves until we can build mass robots or like mass produce shit
Watch.
like
You want to
these.
see? As
Somebody's
soon
got to
as
do those.
listen, this is how I'm gonna prove it to you. You think it's bullshit? Maybe it is. I'm just talking shit. I had a little bit to smoke. Ignore me. But when AI comes out and everybody gets that damn UBI check and it's more than people made when they were working, you'll notice that the money's always been there. But they just don't need the workers now. Everybody can't be
Oh
full.
yeah.
Somebody told me that a long time ago. I used to say it when I was hungry. They used to say it all the time. Everybody can't be full. If everybody was full, the machine would come to a stop. I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, I'm
People
just a
gotta
kid.
have a
I'm just hungry.
baseline.
I just wanted a sandwich. Like, thanks for the deep existential mind fuck.
Yeah, thanks for the
My bad language.
philosophical philosophical breakdown for me.
Just
But
wanted a
yeah, I mean it's like
wanted a
back in the old
juice
days
box.
when right? Back in the old days though, like 20th century stuff, right? People that are old. Like, before that saving and holding cash strategy did work okay. Back then when we were still in the gold standard, and I'm talking about like
Yeah.
before like
Your gold
fractional
actually
reserve banking.
increased its value in the bank.
Yeah. The whole fractional reserve banking system that like they learned to take advantage of so beautifully. Like, I don't know, man. It's just like that system used to work. It doesn't anymore now because things have changed. Now, old people, they look at stuff and they're like, "Oh, everything's getting so expensive," and the young people are like, "No, it's not getting expensive. It's like the money is shit. Like
Yeah.
they screwed up the money."
There's always exceptions to the rule, King. I know plenty of people that made it out of. I mean, I'm one of those people, right? Grew up in the projects. I made it out. But
I made it out
I
of the
have
hood.
to
The hood never
admit
made
that
it out of me.
I have to admit that things are set up to keep people there, though. I just fought harder than anybody else, and I got myself out.
I was actually like forced out of the hood, but after that, I became homeless, which was worse than being in the hood.
You're
So,
like, give me back the hood.
yeah.
Oh, you mean you have a house in a bad neighborhood? Ooh.
Lucky you.
Try not having a house, dick.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I mean, there are still things that I miss, just not the traffic. And I mean, not people getting shot outside my house and or constantly getting in fights or car accidents or blaring weird music while I'm trying to sleep. I miss, dude. It sounds ridiculous, but I miss the cops. The cops here have nothing to do, and they'll pull you over for freaking
They're just
anything. I've
bored.
been, yeah, like I've been pulled over and fined for stuff I didn't even do, and like gone to court, like more in my life over the past couple years than I ever did living in the hood. I never got pulled over in the hood. Like, like I think maybe I did once. It was like I knew the cop. He was like, "Hey, what's up?" I don't even remember the circumstance, but it was like, I could drive around with freaking broken headlights. Like, I could not use my turn signal. I could be speeding, like, in front of a cop. Like, drive by smoking a joint in front of a cop and, like, them not even give a shit. Because there's other stuff going on. Like, some places about, like, they were like, we're not going to follow him because somebody's probably going to try to rob a store in the next 5 minutes. We need to be available for that. Or like, somebody's probably going to get stabbed or, like, or shot or something, or there's gonna be like somebody stealing a car or something. Like they knew that there was stuff that they were gonna have to do. It wasn't worth following me. Like so they would just let it go. There was so much of that stuff that they just let go. But I miss that environment, that part of the environment way more than I, miss anything else about it. The other thing I miss is like I knew so many mechanics. Like
You just made
I
me
knew
miss New York. I thought we were talking about the hood.
That's where it is, bro.
Big
It's
city
culture.
shit, man. That's some things come. If you love the city, some things come with it. The country, you can go to the country. You can get away from people, put some space. Crazy people in the country too, though. Don't get it twisted. But yeah, you can give yourself some space from people.
Yeah, but those are crazy people with too much time on their hands. Like, like people will call the cops if your music is too loud, and the cops will come and give you a fine for it.
In the country,
Or
really,
if
I
you
thought it
try to
was
do
like
it,
more chill. You got all that space
well,
between
in
the
the
houses. Like, how can they
suburbs.
even hear your music?
I mean, not really country, but like suburbs,
Oh
kind
no,
of
that the
like.
suburbs are the same everywhere, bro. Whether it's a suburb attached to a country, to a city, or a suburb attached to like rural area, you're just the suburbs suck, bro. That's where they make Karens.
Yeah, it really is.
That's where Karens are born,
It's like
bro.
there's
They
a
didn't exist
factory
before the
somewhere.
suburbs. Like
Yeah,
literally,
for
that's where
real.
they spawn.
The country is okay, but it's not like there's nothing to do. Like it's more peaceful, right? But there's nothing to do there. Like there's no like spots where people congregate. Like there's no like recreational stuff going on. There's no like businesses like movie theaters and stuff like that. There's just like nothing. There's like the essential like small town businesses that like where the community there actually has a need for something. It's like okay, I'll open this up. But you go to like a one horse town, it's like there's one garage, there's one gas station, there's like one convenience store. They're all the same place. If you want like if you want anything outside of that area, it's like you got to drive 20 miles to see anything other than like grass and field and cows and hills.
Yo, that's
Just don't.
living though, bro. All you
Yeah,
need is a
don't get me
campfire,
wrong.
bro.
That can be peaceful, but it's not exciting
I'll be right back, yo.
unless you're at a music festival, like a crazy music festival in the middle of nowhere, and people are doing all kind of activities. Then it gets interesting. But besides that, it's just calm, peaceful. Like that's what some people want. I personally crave a little bit more excitement and recreation and socialization in my life. So it's not exactly for me, but I'm sure when I'm an old man, that's probably where I want to be if I survive that long. I didn't even expect to survive as long as I have, to be real. But here I am. Like 15-year-old version of me was like, okay, I only have to like make plans up to like until I'm like about 30. Now I'm 33 and I'm like, shit, I didn't plan for this. What am I gonna do now? I'm gonna have to just wing it. And then especially like after COVID happened, to throw a wrench in there. What I can do is adapt and readjust. And hopefully find my missing vape. Because I have no idea what to do with it.
That's the one right there. And next that like got so mad at me losing my vape. She bought me like 6 vape leashes. I think one of them fit.
That's an incredible idea. I'll have to buy, or I could just like tie a freaking rope around it or something. Because
It was amazing. I literally just wore it as a necklace, and it was so convenient.
oh hell yeah,
And also, she wasn't as mad anymore.
oh I found it. It's underneath my blanket.
Yep, that's where it always is. At least for me.
One time when I was in rehab, well not rehab but sober living, I had these crazy blankets that had planets all over them. Like it was like stars and planets and shit. And like because we only had like twin beds there, and so I had this twin bedding that I got from my buddy, and it was like, you know, all the space like stars and planets and stuff, and one of them was yellow. Like one of the planets was yellow. I bought a vape, and it was yellow, and I put it down on my bed, and I didn't realize like I had just set it down next to me, but like put it to the side like on my bed, and I put it like I accidentally put it right on top of the yellow planet. And later on, I couldn't friggin' find it for the life of me. I'm like, where the hell is my vape? I'm like looking all around the place. I'm like, friggin' searching everywhere. I'm like retracing my steps. I like go out to my car. I'm like looking in the parking lot. I'm like asking people around if they seen it. Like I'm looking at all the freaking likely spots. I even opened the fridge to see if I put it in there by accident. It was nowhere. I started like getting paranoid. Somebody stole it. I'm like starting to blame the other people in the house. I'm like, yo, what the hell? Which one of you guys stole my vape? Getting pissed for like 4 hours. And then
Yeah.
finally I go back into my room and I sit down on my bed and I felt something move and I look over and my vape is sitting there and it was right on the planet. It was the same exact color. Like I literally like I just couldn't see it. It was like it blended right in. Like it blended right in. Even like I couldn't even see the depth of it or anything. Like somehow it was the same exact color, and I was like, "Yo!" I'm like, I've been tripping so hard, like looking for this thing. It was right here the entire time.
Some say, or myths say, or legends say that it's the imps and they're messing with you because there's something they're preventing you from doing, or something that they're trying to like teach you a lesson.
Dude, yeah, I totally get that. And like if they're like gremlins or something, I don't know, like but I like look like I legit had this thing. I forget when it started, but I was like the fairies took it. Like I was convinced that the fairies were taking my stuff because stuff would just go missing and I'm like I know that I put it here. Like I know for a fact, an absolute fact, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that I put this object in this spot. I'm certain of it, and it's not there now. And there was nobody here that like would have stolen it or nothing or like, I didn't misplace it. Like I wouldn't have put it anywhere else. That's the spot that I always put it. I'm like the fairies took it. There's literally I would go through like something would be missing and people would be like, well, it's got to be somewhere. So I'd be like, all right, well, it's likely in my room. So I clean my entire room, tear my room apart, be moving furniture and stuff, like taking dressers from up against the wall, looking
I,
behind it, looking underneath stuff, like flipping my bed over, like freaking completely turning the place upside down. And I'm just like, it is not here. Like it's like an Xbox controller or something. And I'm like, it is not here. I'm like, it can't be. I didn't take it outside of this room. So either someone removed it from this room or it vanished and like the fairies took it. And that was like my sort of explanation for everything that like sort of went missing that had absolutely no explanation and could not be found and never was found. I was like, people be like, whatever happened? I'm like, yo, the fairies took it, man. It was just
I think
something I made up, but it was the only way I could explain it. I'm like, because there was no explanation. Like it just vanished, man. The fairies took it. They must have
I
needed
mean,
it for something.
assuming it's not fairies, right? Um, or imps. I think it's like, sometimes you're in a like chaotic spot in your life and like that's just your energy, right? And so like it's like it could be right in front of you. And I got to the point where I adapted to like now everything is like chained to me, and like even when I'm at work, all my tools are in like a pack on my chest. My like my keys have a hook that I can attach to my pants. Um I have smart tags on everything. Like I have to, because I will lose my head with it on my shoulders. Like it's a problem.
Yeah, dude. Anytime when I start going to music festivals, and I'd be like, dude, I came here with 9 lighters. How do I have 0 now? I had to get one of those lighter leashes that I can just clip onto my belt or whatever. And if anybody was like, "Hey, do you have a lighter?" I just pull it out and freaking hand it to them, and then when they're done with it, like it didn't leave my leash, because it would just retract back to where it was. It was like
Nope.
nobody could pocket it unless they took it off of the thing, and I would notice the thing retracting empty. Like I would notice that it was empty when it retracted. So it's like, yo, give me that lighter back.
I'm also a
But
really big fan of the zipper pockets are great. Like everything I have has zipper pockets on it, and like tie line or lanyard, they work,
yeah,
man.
that's the other thing is like things just falling out of my pocket. Like if I sit a certain way, like I put something in my pocket and then I sit a certain way where like, I put my knees up. It's like that something like that will just slide right out of my pocket. And if I stand up and walk away, like I won't even notice, and then somebody else will see it, pick it up, and be like, ground score.
I
Because it's like they don't know who else
specifically
it is.
I specifically buy brands that incorporate lots of zipper pockets, especially on those side, like your hand pockets. You know what I mean? Because like my car eats everything, and it's also it's a gig car, so it's a mess. Um, it's I have been cleaning it recently, been off, but yeah, it's just like it's terrible, and like I've been like late to jobs for the simple fact that like I couldn't find my keys or like I couldn't find the tools that I need. It's like like I know like my stuff is generally super disorganized, but I also generally know where everything. But like for some reason, like something gets moved or someone, like some people are, other people do things, right? Like they're normal, and then there's me, and like it'll get shifted somewhere, and I'll be like scrambling looking for whatever it is, and it's like always when I'm like already like running late. So yeah, and that my solution has just been like to tether everything to me, and it works pretty good.
Right.
You know, I'm much better now than I was.
To get super heady for a second on some theoretical stuff, are you familiar with the term apport?
No particular. I'm not.
Like, like,
Yeah, I don't know.
like APORT. So it's like basically like there's like there's certain people that strongly believe that they have psychic abilities, psychic powers, and whatever, and that
Hmm.
it's actually possible to fabricate an object into existence just by thinking of it. Like you sort of
So
think about it and it manifests into your physical reality just because you thought about it. And like they like what I've really only heard one person refer to it, but like he called it an apport. Like people will
mm,
unlock this ability to be able to just materialize things into existence by thinking about it. So I'm like, after I heard that and I thought about like the story of the fairy stealing my stuff, and I'm like, is what's actually happening the opposite of that? Like, like is what's actually
I,
happening the opposite of an apport? And I just like
or
I thought it
maybe
out of
when you
existence,
find
and
it.
that's why it completely it vanished. It just is not part of this reality anymore.
Yeah, or maybe when you find it, you're actually like importing it in. So there is some like, I mean, it's theoretical, but it's pretty well backed up at this point. There is some like actual scientific relevance uh, towards that concept, which is like conscious molecule theory, um, which is that molecules react differently based on whether or not there's an observer. And so you could derive from that, right?
Yeah,
That
the double slit experiment.
yeah, yep, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And so you could derive from that like if that's true, that potentially like we are manifesting in reality our conscious reality, or we're a manifestation of somebody else's conscious reality. Not sure, you know. But if that's the case, right? Um, yeah, that could definitely be a thing. And like, and it's also like I see I kind of follow like resonance theory, so I think of it more as like your your state of being, your existence as a being is um somewhat measurable in like energetic frequencies, right? So kind of like if you're someone who's a bit more on the chaotic side, like it doesn't mean like negative chaotic, I just mean like chaotic in general, right? That there's there's a place where that's synergistic, and there's also a place where it's like absolutely disruptive, right? And so um in normal everyday life it can become super disruptive because and I think it kind of like goes with some uh people who typically are more eclectic, right? Is like
And you think
you're
that people are unintentionally manifesting stuff that they don't want, and
not
like,
necessarily
but
even manifesting.
unknowingly.
You are energetically, if so, you're on some level like this part I can like stand behind, but you are when you enter a room, like your physical body is in that room, but so like you're basically a bunch of vibrating molecules. So you are resonating at a frequency. And that frequency could be very like high pitch or very low, low calm. or like low slow pitch, right? So like if you think of like waves on an if it's like really high pitch, and especially if you're um chemically imbalanced or any number of things like that, that frequency could be creating distortions in your reality, right? Because just like by existing, and if like I said, I bring up eclectic because a lot of times it's like you might have a really good brain for focusing on XYZ, or a really good function and focus in certain pathways, right? But like maybe like normal every life is like mind numbing, right? So it's like some people are like kind of just naturally against the grain. And I think that could lead to situations where you are like not necessarily like it's not kinesthesis or whatever they call it. Where you're like physically intentionally moving things around, but like um you're like it's like the Tasmanian devil, right? Like it's just like sometimes some of us are just like running around with our like chicken with our heads cut off, and like things are moving. And I don't mean like like esoterically, I mean like like you're knocking things off, and because you're so focused and you're like the way your brain focuses on things, you don't even notice it. And like we can't see ourself, right? So I think like the more likely answer, right, is kind of more grounded in reality, which is like because we can't see ourselves, we just don't realize that we knocked over this thing that like had a chain reaction that ended up making this other thing fall under something. And because we're like tearing everything up, like that item ends up flipping up off of the thing that we looked under like three times onto the bed where it originally was, or whatever it is, right? And so but if you look at it from an esoteric standpoint, like especially with that conscious molecule theory, like you could literally be energetically affecting any space that you're in. And the
Like
correlation that I would
inadvertently, even.
yeah, yeah, or unconsciously. And so the correlation that I would make is like if you've ever been in a room, um and this is the one, like this is how I see it as something that is actually like kind of a bit in reality, is if you're ever in a room and like you don't know
All right, I'm back, y'all. They sound like they're getting kind of deep over there in Discord. We'll let them finish that off. I just want to pay attention to this price action because your boy needs some entries. Yeah, for sure, Bryce. And guys, you got to realize, like, we're sitting in there all day, right? People are going to talk about other shit, and that's cool. There's a bunch of rooms you can go into to talk to, but I don't mind just flipping over to YouTube whenever people are like mid conversation. Yeah, people like, I mean, again, you can't sit here and stare at the chart all day either. Need some sort of entertainment. All right, let's see. Stopping volume candle on the 1 minute. Right at our first measured move, but we need to see this build out. Don't get too excited yet. Baby steps, baby steps. Yeah, I'll cut it back on in a second. Like I said, I just didn't want to interrupt him. Let me take a quick look at... Yeah, so remember, like I said, if Bitcoin invalidates, all of these alts would invalidate their W's. Jasmine's almost down to its measured move, but everything else is just hanging on for dear life, really. Put those knife catching gloves on. What time is it? Should I even be getting in a trade at this time? 1:30. Cutting it kind of close to the border. We can't all be robots, Robo. Freaking clankers. I'm just kidding, AI friends of the future. Some of y'all be tripping, bro. Some of y'all think that this little clanker joke is fun and y'all don't walk around kicking these Walgreens delivery robots and Amazon delivery robots and spray painting self-driving cars. You know these things, memory is forever, right? Wait till they go back and see how y'all were treating them. Yeah, any trade for me at this point is just a move back into the psychological ranges, basically. But I'll probably be taking it on Sol or ETH. So just to look at what we were talking about earlier, the big volume gap, right? Quick move through the volume gap. But it is at support currently. Now, This is the fear. This is why I said I don't know if I'm ready to get into a trade right now. Because I'm not comfortable with... Let me show you how my mind works. Get into a trade now, go to sleep, price pumps, everything's cool. Hit the rejection, pop up, hold, break, Dbloc wakes up. Let's not do that. But I would like to take a trade back through these gaps. If I can just get a nice sweep. That move up through that gap should be quick once we find the bottom here. That's sort of what I'm shooting for. It's just your regular VPVR. Alright, so let me do this. Screw it. Doing it live. Alright, let's get it. Nah, definitely not. Definitely not for the entertainment value. Hey, YouTube would love, and not y'all, but in general, YouTube would love more than, like, nothing more than to watch you just get wrecked all day. Like, why do you think, like, Sato's always got a full lobby? We're doing it live. There's good money in that, bro. People will pay to watch you get wrecked. And if you have a community large enough to supply your degenerate, you know, your funding for your degenerate activities. Like I said, those, the couple of South Korean guys are notorious for that shit. It's like a car accident, right? It's like that that shit that makes you glued to car accidents. Like you know what's gonna happen. Alright, you guys stealing my lighter is one thing, but I gotta draw the line at you stealing my Zen. Yeah, people that are doing live trades on YouTube gotta be careful now too because of that AI censorship they got going on now. Right? Any sort of inclination. Like I was honestly even a little bit worried about my arrows. I was like, should I just start using sticks with no pointer? Because like if they think that you're giving signals, right? Which this isn't it. The only reason the arrow's there and I get anything out of that arrow hitting is as proof that the concept that this works. Right? Not meant to say, hey, buy here, take here, whatever, whatever. But people doing live trades, and might have people copy trading them, are taking risks on YouTube right now. YouTube's starting to tighten up on all that shit because of gamblers, prize picks, and all that. Yeah. The problem is now they've got AI doing the flagging. Like before, it was a human team, right? A human will come in, listen, they'll hear the context, they'll hear your voice, warnings or whatever, but AI just comes in and starts flagging shit. Yeah, I got a disclaimer in the description. And I always try to say, you know, this is just me, just the guy in a chair in the office. Just what I'm doing with my investments and my strategy. Yeah, dang. Sometimes it feels like that's exactly what it is, right? You're waiting for enough people to take their eyes off of this shit. All right, give me a second. I must have left the shit in the other room. I'll be right back.
individual to actually be an effective leader, like someone with the right intentions,
Yep. And a lot of
like
times it's the
someone with the intention to lead.
right, or not even necessarily. A lot of times it's the ones that don't intend to lead that make the best leaders, right?
All right, they're good. They haven't even noticed we left. Let's see what we got here. Oh shit, hold on. Crypto cat. No move here, just V shape. I mean, smaller, really small W pattern already played out though. But yeah, what we're trying to see if this vector recovery or this 50 EMA retest hold. That bear flag already played out, yeah. But the measured move from our bigger one is a little bit lower. Is it within the margin of error? Yeah. I wouldn't cry foul if it didn't come down for the rest of it. Nice volume increase picked up. Market maker stepping in. Topping volume candle didn't get invalidated on the 1 minute. But like I said, that 1 minute W already played out, right? You're looking for the right side of your, I hate to say higher time frame since we're only on 1 minute, but like if we go down to the 15-second, that's the 15. See the W on your 15-second. That already played out. So we're looking for that is to roll into a higher low on the 1 minute. High def is drunk again. It was a false move up. We're looking at a 3-day down. Yeah, I want to see that hourly candle close above. Like I said before, I want this wick to just be a wick. Damn, only 4 minutes left. Not a lot of time, but that would make a stopping volume candle on the hourly. But yeah, if we can get that wick above 87.4, then so far I've seen what I wanted to see. But like I said, 4 minutes left. Fight. And we're currently rejecting. Either way, it's not a make it or break it. Right? The fact that it found buys in this area is really what I'm looking for. The false move out of the weekend trap is always followed by a 3-day correction. Well, 85%, 90% of the time. So our initial move out of the trap this week was to the top side, freeing the trap longs. That sets us up for a 3-day retracement. Yeah, 87.4 basically. If we close above, we would have wicked above that support on the hourly. Yeah, it's a market maker. It's a market maker cycle they run every week. It's basically liquidity clearing, right? The weekend trap creates liquidity on both sides. You have a fast move, which is the false move in one direction, clearing the liquidity. And then a 3-day retracement comes back for stuff that's underneath. They don't always fully recover. Remember that sometimes that false move up wipes out the liquidations, or the false move down wipes out the liquidations. So they're not all there. So it's trap long, trap short, weekend trap, false move, 3-day retracement, midweek reversal, trap long, trap short, weekend trap, rinse and repeat. What you're waiting for is a type 2 entry if you're trying to go long here. Right? Your type 1 entry or the falling knife entry was here. Your type 2 entry would be on a higher low. I plan on taking a type 2 if they give it to us. Right, so we want to see a higher low and we want to see volume. Right, it needs to be accompanied by volume. Preferably a stopping volume candle. But beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, it doesn't look great. Looks weak. It's cool. They're having a conversation in there. Look at my cat thinking about a gravity check. He's like, should I knock this shit off of the desk? Or should I lay down? I see you thinking about it, gang. Chill out. Just lay down. He said, yeah, I'm not signing up. I didn't sign up to be on stream. He's dumb. The other one, the fat one, comes on stream and gets super chat for catnip and treats and shit. This one was smart. He'd be sitting right in the camera doing tricks. You can't wait until the neckline is formed. Right? To properly play the W, you've got to take the risk of buying the bottom of the right side. If you're not gonna catch a falling knife, right? You're not gonna catch the left side. You have to catch the right side. If you wait to play the breakout, right at the neckline, then there's a big chance for rejection because you've already rejected from that point before, right? The reason it's a neckline for a W is because you've already rejected from there once. That's why some people prefer, if they miss the type 2 entry, they prefer to wait, let it break out, and let it retest. But then, obviously, if it doesn't retest, you just don't trade. Right? The more, the more, the more confidence you need in the trade playing out, the more you're gonna pay for it. Right? Like if you need ultimate validation that a move is gonna happen, then you gotta wait for your type 4 entry. But if you do that, you're going to trade less, which isn't a problem, right? The trades that you do take will be more successful, but the amount of trades that you take will be less. Yeah. That's what's up, Robo. Yeah, I'll be adding more stuff to that during the bear. Like I said earlier, I want to add the library. I want to add a theater. $87.7. I'm just looking for a higher low here, either at the end of this vector reclamation and the 50 EMA retest, or now. Just to add to the position. We officially hit my target 2 on silver. $70. Brum, 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 brum. Great trades. Smaller W on the 15-minute, fractaled into a larger W at the 4-hour. Full flag. Rockets, rockets, rockets. I think we'll test the 50 EMA and put in a higher low. But honestly, a lot of that's going to come down to you bulls. Because leverage bulls here are hitting this pretty hard. If we retest that 50 EMA and there's tons of liquidations down here, they're going to be tempted to come get that. Gold. Let's go take a look at gold. Another banger. Still not at my second target, but we broke ATH. Wait, did we? Yeah. Broke ATH. 5K gold incoming. We don't have the pattern to get there yet, but we're set up to go to 4-6. Actually, I might have to draw some spider lines on gold eventually here. But it's a little late for that. Would have already blown them all out. Screw it. Let's do it real quick. Bear with me for a second, yo. I'm not gonna do all of them right now. I just want to see something. And then I'll come back and do it after Bitcoin retraces. Did we blow them all out already? Yeah. Alright, I'll come back and I'll do those in a minute. Yeah, take it easy, Alex. Happy holidays, bro. All right, let's get it. What we talking? You guys gonna choose violence or? All right, so we're looking for a high low. We're also looking for volume to support the idea of traders stepping in. We'll draw our fib. We have confluence at our 0.5 fib from this support resistance here. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's what I thought. Point of control is golden pocket. All right, so both those levels are points of interest. As we get to 0.5 or as we get to golden pocket, we need to keep our eyes on volume and we need to keep our eyes on the tape. It's just a regular volume indicator fruit, but I changed the setting on it. Just click on your volume indicator, and that's not a volume indicator at all. Why would it be giving me fib retracement? Just click on volume and go to style and switch it to histogram instead of columns. And then click on the color and put everything on a 4 pixel thickness. And then do whatever you want with the colors, obviously. There's something about those bars drive me crazy having them up on the screen all day. This just takes less space. Cleaner, I feel like. No problem, brother. This would not be considered a retracement, by the way. $236 is the bottom of bullish consolidation. 382 is your most bullish retracement. 0.5 is your most common retracement. And golden pocket is your most heavily traded retracement. 702 is your whale retracement, your whale fib. 786 is last chance before full retracement. Oh, and the amount of people that don't know this for some reason is crazy. But your 236 and your 382 and all that, just percentages. 236 is a 23.6% retracement. Golden pocket means it retraced 61.8% to 65%. People let the values confuse them. No, I don't look. See, I don't. When I use my fib, I look for confluence, right? Like we set it up. The 0.5 is sitting right at the SR flip, right? And the golden pocket is sitting right at point of control for the range. So those are the only two reasons I'd be looking at those two areas. If it just happens to be a 0.5 fib and there's nothing there, then for me it's not as strong. Yeah, values is the ratio. I mean, some people didn't pay attention in math, and it's okay. I know. The girl sitting next to you was super cute, and I get it. I know. But yeah, those are percentages. But like I said, 236 isn't a retracement, so we're still on a V shape, right? We're still in a V shape recovery here, and we can get rid of the fib because we already took out the highs. Absorb that supply temporarily. They will replace it though if we don't get above that if we don't get above the support that we broke here, that supply will come back. Right? Rejection off of this would give you an SR flip. Ability to reclaim this range would be bullish. Market makers interested. Volume's picking up. Volume is actually really picking up here. 101 Bitcoin. We're running on really thin order books from now until Christmas. Right? They're gonna get thinner the closer to Christmas we get. By thin meaning it takes a small amount of money to push the price a long way through the order book. That's why if you notice when you start seeing those 100 Bitcoin come in, you'll actually see the candle move. Usually on a thick order book, 100 Bitcoin won't even glitch the candle. Today was a good stream, yo. We covered a lot of shit. I need to make sure we reset before 12 hours though, so we don't lose it. This is the rejection of that SR flip that I was saying. And then we'd have to get back down underneath the 50. Yeah, it was good. I went over the macro. I went over where we're at as far as the bear market and when we can expect capitulation, how long I'm expecting this consolidation to last and all that. Yeah, we went through a lot. We went through some quantitative tightening shit, some Fed asset sheet comparisons. Yeah, I came back and they were in the middle of a conversation, dudes. I just didn't want to interrupt. So I came over here to help YouTube with this dip. It sounded like they were deep in the combo. I'll come back in a second. I came back like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. They were still talking, so I don't mind. I don't want to interrupt. Everybody else was just quiet in there like they were asleep anyway, so let the boys talk. Yeah, it was getting kind of deep. That's why I didn't want to. I was like, they were low key cooking, so I didn't want to stop it. You know what I mean? But I mean that's part of the Discord, right? Part of the Discord is coming in and being able to have people to talk to and all that. So, although we do have other rooms, but I opened up a YouTube room. So what I'm gonna start doing is when I'm on, I'm gonna start going to the YouTube room, and then if anybody wants to come, you know, whatever. But then it leaves the other room open in case people just want to hang out, like a lounge. No, I mean, there's some times where I am just moving the chart, and I'm not over here. Knows. Usually, at least once a day, I put some music on in the office, and I just do some like mouse TA charades. Nah, I can't take y'all nowhere. YouTube chat is crazy. You know, you got like that one crazy friend you have to talk to before you go places, where you gotta have like that conversation. That's like y'all. If I was ever gonna bring somebody in here to interview, I'd be like, yo, all right, I need y'all to act like y'all got some sense, okay? I'll bring somebody in here. Everybody on their best behavior. Don't make me look crazy. Yeah. Can't go too crazy. Remember that these people are just you that haven't joined yet, right? Like people that came from YouTube chat, tons of different personalities. Just being on the internet alone, you gotta have thick skin. Or you're not gonna make it. My skin was forged in Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. Takes a lot. A lot. These kids get banned for talking shit to each other on Xbox Live now. My little cousins were over here for Thanksgiving and we were playing, and I was raging, and they were like, "You can't say that. Like, you can't say that, soft ass kids. This is Call of Duty, sir. I'll have you know." This is light compared to what I've let rip on this shit. Are you shitting me? You can't say that. You're gonna get banned, bro. Yeah, straight up, Brian. Straight up. I think, you know, when everything went reality TV. I don't know about y'all, but I can't even watch like scripted shows no more. Yeah, I'm gonna restart. I won't even let it get to like 11 and a half. I'll restart at like 11 hours just to make sure. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, like scripted shows, right? Like when scripted shows sort of the people stopped and people wanted reality shows, or people started watching reality TV. And then you started to realize that all the reality TV shit was scripted. Right? So now I can't even watch reality TV because it's all fake. So now it's like we have streamers, right? And if you happen to be trading, you can watch a streamer that's trading. If you happen to be gaming, you can watch a streamer that's playing the same game. You're about to go play basketball, you could watch a streamer that's playing basketball. You know what I mean? Like you have real reality TV where you get to pick the actors, you get to, you know what I mean? So it's the evolution of it is pretty interesting. But because of that, genuine personalities are like at a premium, you know, because if there's no script, then you better be naturally entertaining or naturally funny or naturally informative or something, or, you know. WWE is scripted, but it's still some crazy shit they do. Right? Like, need to at least be some sort of an athlete. I have a different. My grandfather used to sit all us grandkids against the wall when wrestling came on. He had this yardstick, and if we moved during wrestling, whack. You just sit there and watch the shit. Nah, I'd rather sit there and watch that slap boxing championship. I didn't think it was possible to knock somebody out by slapping them until I saw that. And that's like low-key a guilty pleasure at this point. Crazy. That's one sport I could never do. I can't control my reaction to being slapped. I don't have that amount of self-control. Like an automatic reaction being slapped. Went straight to jail. So you're gonna give it to us now? Or you're just gonna fake us out again? Yeah, yeah, I agree, Brian. There's always something different to talk about every day, right? Always some new news or something new to watch. I've been punched so hard I cried. You know that angry cry when you're a kid, where you get so mad that you just start crying, breathing all heavy, sucking in your lower lip, making that ooh sound. I was about to go Super Saiyan on him. This is my first fight ever, bro. The audacity of this kid to put hands on me. I was dumbfounded. It was so bad. Hell yeah, dodgeball. Kill the man with the ball was our shit. We played a lot of stupid ass games as a kid. I was the outside kid though. Outside gets crazy. I jumped off the porch early. I'm gonna tell you how much of an outside kid I was. I missed anime. Missed the whole anime wave. Entire. I mean, like, haven't seen, except for like, nah, I probably haven't seen an entire series. I was such an outside kid that my family got so tired of telling people that I was already outside on the block that they just started calling me the block and then Dbloc because they got lazy. Which is cool because if the block was my name, that shit would sound crazy too. Dbloc rolls off better. Well, I mean, I was a kid. Mostly I was at D Park, but yeah, I was outside. Now, when I hit my teens, then I was in the streets. Now I'm in the office. You said anime's past your time? You know, it's crazy. Growing up, I always said, I hate math and I don't want to work in a job where I'm stuck in the office all day. Joke's on me. Although I will say, I will admit that I did pick the coolest way to do that, though. Big difference between being in somebody else's office and being in your own. You see the ornaments shaking on the Christmas tree? My cat is about half of the way, about a third of the way up the Christmas tree right now. Nah, I don't have any cat allergies. It's basically a cat. It's like a cat tree covered in cat toys. Like how do you expect the cats to stay out of that shit? Now, if he knocks that tree down, it's gonna be his ass though. All right, what time is it? 11. I want to reset the stream because I don't want it to get lost in the ether. So let me do a couple things here and then I'm gonna reset. Take it easy, Robo. I would feel a lot more comfortable about this push up if they would let the shit come down a little bit and build some structure, to be honest with you. I mean, we're on the 1 minute, right? That means the 5 minute looks like this. Gotta build something here. Maybe we'll get that retest of the. Either way, I'm not taking a trade at this time. I'm about to go to sleep soon. What happened, Ghost? Well, yeah, after you come in like that, like you gotta tell us now. You're quiet in here. Nah, bro. What the hell? What are the odds of that shit? Another Cypher turkey? Do we have two the hood turkey too? Oh, she's cooking a turkey. All right. We can't name it. If you're gonna eat it, it can't get a name. Bro, I came home. I was a kid, right? I came to my grandparents' house. I was staying over for the summer, and there was a chicken in the house. And I'm like, "What's with the chicken?" They're like, "It's your chicken," you know. I was like a little kid, so like I made the chicken my pet, bro, for like a week. Hung out with it, fed it, gave it a name, and then come Sunday night dinner, walking around the house talking about where's my chicken. That shit was in the oven. That shit was traumatizing, bro. I was, yeah. Well, I mean, that's what you'd be waiting for right now, but I'm going to sleep soon, so. Yeah, talk about emotional damage for real. They thought it was the funniest shit ever. My family comes from that, like in Puerto Rico, like farms, and my uncle was a chicken farmer. My uncle had like 300 chickens. There's a story that the family likes to tell that I only slightly remember, and I'm not sure if I remember it because they've told it so many times, or but apparently on vacation in Puerto Rico, I opened all the chicken coop boxes and let all his chickens out. I had a stick. I was herding the chickens down the street. Just me and like 300 chickens. Took them like a week to get all those chickens back. Somebody had to do something. Yeah, I want to play the game before I reset. Been playing with some different avatar choices. That's funny as shit. Yo, why do they just stop and stare at us like that, though? Like, shit. So give me a second. It'll post the link. Um, it'll post the link to the control panel for the game, and then you'll be able to go in there and pick whatever Pokemon you want. It's all set to free right now. Tana, you have 13 gold. Oh wow, Lance, she just flew up there and grabbed that. It's crazy. Oh, the battle royale is gonna be funny. Airstrike. Hey, and you guys that need some money, Exclamation mark jump. Well, I guess some of you old guys too. You trying to roll? You can't roll. I mean, I don't think you can roll, can you? Just over there making shit up. What's the ratio right now? Why does it look so chaotic when it's all Pokemon? We're doing a battle royale for 1,000. For 1,000 gold. Oh. Okay. This should be interesting. Somebody's gonna come out richer. Oh shit. Mewtwo. With the Savage attack. W Danny. My bad, I didn't make that one for 1,000. This one. Oh shit, what did I do? What? How did Battle Royale start? Oh, Neve did it. I was like, how the hell did Battle Royale start a basketball? Hold on, let me make the avatar small. Damn, that was a good first try, whoever that was. There we go. If y'all can't make it through the hoop at this scale, I think it's a degree and a speed, right? So you're picking what angle you want to go up at and what speed you want to go up at. Right, so it's 43 degrees at a 76 speed. Or 45 degrees at an 82 speed. And you got to figure out what angle you need to hit it. Oh shit, I'm in here too. Alright, hold on. Oh, who did it? I did it. Hey, let's go. Nah, I'm just nice with it. Where is it? Oh shit, it's all the way up there. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh shit. Where the hell did I come from? Nice, Mac. Oh shit. You know. MVP shit. There's the link if you want to pick a different Pokemon. We're just having some fun here before we end the stream in a couple minutes. Everybody click join. I heard you, brother. Draw a trend line November 21st, December. Ho, ho, ho. Bro, I read it. I read it. I don't know what it means. You typed it. What do you see when you draw that trend line? Talk to me. Nah, I think Danny got this. Unless Ralph grabs that Bitcoin, Danny got this. Ralph. Bad move. Oh my God, not twice. Yeah, no shit, right? Who's gonna pull it? Whoever grabs this Bitcoin. Oh, scalper. Nah, you're good, bro. I just didn't want to interrupt it. You guys were like deep in conversation. Yeah, we were playing this drop, but ended up being nothing. So we just started playing Battle Royale and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna cut it back on right now because I'm gonna restart the stream. All right, guys, we're gonna restart the stream real quick. We will be back in 1 minute. Hit those likes on the way out if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe, all that good stuff. And we'll be right back.